The March 10, 2020 meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals is now in session. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I am Inta Malice, Chair of the Board. The board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have members Paul Melnick, Judy Freshman, Portia Clark, and our newest member, Lindsay Arthurs, who is joining us tonight for the first time. Also present is the professional staff, including Stephen Rizzi, coordinator for the BZA, Mark Hamela, zoning technician, Blake Bowen, assistant to the zoning administrator, and Cliff Hogan, assistant to the zoning administrator. For the safety of our board members, county staff and applicants, and participating community members, we are a virtual meeting today and all participants are joining.
Get off of mine.
We are legally authorized to hold this virtual meeting based on the governor's executive orders, legislation adopted by the Virginia General Assembly, and the Arlington County Board's Continuity of Operations Ordinance adopted in March of 2020. We thank you for being here and extend a warm welcome. Before we call our first case, I will share with you some general information about the Board of Zoning Appeals, and then some ground rules on how we will conduct virtual meetings. The staff reports for each case on tonight's agenda can be found on the BZA website. Staff has placed a link to the agenda in the chat section of the session. If you have not seen the report for your case, you may wish to review it before your item is called. Staff has also placed a link in the chat for supplemental material received after the staff reports were prepared. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. This board does have the authority to do 3 things. 1, we can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1- and 2-family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. 2, we can grant variances from specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. And 3, we can decide appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meets certain conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA will look at, hang on one sec, lost my place. The BZA shall consider whether modifications will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint size and placement are similar to the structures on properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant foliage. When granting variances, the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove by preponderance of evidence that the improvements meet the following criteria: that the strict application of the ordinance would unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property, or that granting the variance would alleviate a hardship due to physical conditions relating to the property or improvements thereon at the time of the effective date of the ordinance, or that granting of the variance would alleviate a hardship by granting a reasonable modification to a property or improvement thereon requested by or on behalf of a person with a disability, and that the property for which the variance is being requested was acquired in good faith and any hardship was not created by the applicant, that the variance granted will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and nearby properties in the proximity of the geographic area, the condition of situation of the property concerned is not so general or recurring a nature as to make reasonably practical the adoption of amendment to the ordinance. The granting the variance will not result in a use that is not otherwise permitted on the property or change the zoning classification of the property, and that the relief or remedy obtained through the variance is not available through a special exception process as provided for under the zoning or subdivision ordinance. When deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, the board must use its judgment to determine if the administrator was correct. The order of our meeting is as follows. First, cases will be called and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will ask any questions of the staff they may have. Next, applicants or their representative will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may also ask questions of any of the speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for applicants and speakers to be sufficient: 20 minutes for applicants of appeal, 5 minutes for applicants of use permits and variances, 3 minutes for speakers representing organizations, and 2 minutes for those speaking as individuals. After the board has gathered all the information they need and has discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Now, I would like to briefly orient everyone to our virtual environment and to cover a few specifics about how this evening's meeting will run. Tonight's meeting is available to stream from the county website via a Microsoft Teams link. There is also a dial-in phone option for those who wish to use it. If board members, presenters, or speakers lose internet connectivity during the meeting, please reconnect with us by phone. Please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called upon. Turn off sound to any other devices around you to minimize interference. For guests joining us via Teams, please turn off your video feed. Only board members will leave their cameras on. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon that is located on your meeting command bar. The moderator does not have the ability to unmute you. If you are dialing in by phone, press *6 to unmute. The meeting chat is active for presenters or board members who need technical assistance only. The meeting chat should not be used for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for more information. All public comments must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. Board members, if you wish to be recognized to speak on an item, please seek recognition verbally as usual. If we find that isn't workable, we also have the option to use the raised hand function. In either case, once you have been recognized, you may unmute yourself. All voting today will be taken by roll call. To applicants and speakers, public speakers and applicants, you will be called upon by county staff at an assigned time. Pre-registration to speak at today's hearing was requested. We will accommodate any additional speakers only if time permits. Public comment will take place within the timeframe stated earlier, the same as we would provide at an in-person meeting. During public comment, a speaking timer will be displayed on the screen by staff. If you are dialing in by phone and unable to see the screen, we will provide an audible warning when 30 seconds are remaining. You will be muted when your time has concluded. Lastly, this is a public forum. Today's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county's website. All information associated with today's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to the Freedom of Information Act requirements. This concludes the introductory remarks. Mr. Rissy, before we start with the first case, we have a couple of housekeeping items. One is the election of a vice chair. With Peter Owen rotating off, we need to elect a chair. I'll take a nomination from the floor. Ms. Freshman?
I nominate Paul Melnick as vice chair.
No second is required.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
a second is
Oh.
fine. Ms.
I'll
I'll second it.
Ms. Clark seconds. Thank you. Mr. Melnick, you have been nominated to be the vice chair. We will vote on your nomination by roll call. Starting with you, Mr. Melnick.
Okay, I'll vote aye.
All right. Ms. Freshman,
Praise the Lord. I vote aye.
Ms. Clark,
I vote aye.
Ms. Arthurs.
I vote aye.
All right, and the chair votes aye. So Mr. Melnick is now our vice chair. We thought that was important to take care of just in case we needed some assistance at our meeting today. The second item before we call our first case is that I would like to make a modification to our agenda. We have 3 cases at the end of our agenda, the 13th, 14th, and 15th case that I would like to move up to the front of the agenda. These are cases that we have heard before and have approved use permits, and they're coming back to us because their use permit expired before they were able to make the improvements. I'm asking unanimous consent from the board to make this change to the agenda. If there are no objections, I will read the cases to Mr. Rissy. The cases in question are V-11636-21-UP-2, case number V-11637-21-UP-2, and case number V-11638-21-UP-2. Do you have that, Mr. Rissy?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, so when you're ready, we can start with the first item on our reorder agenda, which would be former case number 13.
Understood. Let me scrub through the PowerPoint to bring that up. All right. This is case number V-11636-21-UP-2. It is a use permit request by Richard Carlos Warden, the owner, to permit a street setback of 7 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eve, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eve, as required from North Old Glebe Road, and to permit a side setback of 6 feet to the wall instead of 8 feet, as required from the side property line. Regarding a new one-story pool house structure on an existing one-family dwelling on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 4000 North Randolph Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Are there any questions for staff? Mr. Rissy, this is not quite the exact same application. It's slightly different?
Correct. They've modified slightly the structure of the pool house since it was last seen, but it is essentially a similar accessory structure in a similar location.
Okay, I'm hearing some noise and I'm not sure where it's coming from. And it's gone away. Thank you. All right. Is Mr. Warden here with us tonight?
Yes, I am.
All right. Do you want to turn on your camera if you can, or are you by phone?
I'm by camera.
All right. I don't see you yet.
I see.
I'm in a yellow sweater with a red room behind me.
Right. There you are. Sometimes it takes a few minutes to to connect. Welcome, Mr. Warden. Do you have anything you would like to say on behalf of your application?
Yes, I would. Just 2 points. First, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present my proposal. The first point is I wanted to address why I was not able to build the pool house in 2017 or 18 when I was given the original approval by the BZA. The reason is that by May I was posted to Bangladesh for 2 years, and I was stationed there the entire time, and I was unable to complete the pool house or even start it. I was able to complete the carport, which was the much more contentious issue due to how close it was to the street. I think it was within a foot of the curb. So that's why I was not able to build the pool. Actually, I have 3 points. The second point is this slight modification. The original structure was 11 by 16. I just increased that to 12 by 20 because the space allows it. And it fits into that space, as I hope you can see from any number of the photoshopped images my son prepared in my application for me. And the last point is regarding letters of support from my neighbors. I have presented in this particular case 2 letters from my neighbors who are behind me on the property. One of them you can see, you can see just to the left of my property, but the pool is in the extreme southwest corner of the property, right where you have your cursor now. And the other neighbor who I have is also to the far left. Yes, that's correct. And that's Peter. He's the president of our association here in the neighborhood of Arlington Wood. And there was a question about why I didn't ask for the letters of support from my other 3 neighbors who are, that's one, and that's the other, and that's the third one. Those are the 3. I do have those letters still, and they were in the original November 27th, 2017 application, but that was because of the carport, which was on the street facing that side of the house. The pool house, which is in the other side of the property, the extreme southwest corner, just simply isn't visible at all from those properties. But I still have the letters from all of those neighbors, and they're on the record in my November 2017 application. And if you need to have those updated, those are still the same neighbors. I've talked to them. They all are fine with the idea of the pool house. And in fact, I just wanted to point out that they all actually loved the carport addition that you allowed me to build. So I don't, and this is, the pool house is also located behind the 7-foot wooden fence you can see. And as you can also see, the sidewalk that I gave permission for them to build so people wouldn't have to walk their babies on the street is below that fence about 5 feet. And so you would barely, and because of the tree cover right in front of it, which I'm trying to preserve, is I have 3 dogwoods and the evergreen over there you can see, and a maple behind it. I'm not going to touch any of those trees, and therefore you'll barely be able to view just the roof of the structure, and it's going to be a cedar shake roof anyway, so it'll blend in quite well. I think that's, unless there's any questions, that's about all I wanted to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate the explanation about neighbor outreach. Colleagues, are there any questions for the applicant? Ms.
Motion?
Fresh?
You
Okay.
ready for motion?
If there's no questions, yes, let's go.
Okay, I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11636-21-UP2, subject to the conditions listed and with the addition of a 3-year time limit.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Clark. Any further discussion? I will call the roll, and I am going to move, since Mr. Melnick is now the vice chair, I will move him to the top of the list. Mr. Melnick,
Aye.
Ms. Freshman,
Aye.
Ms. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit carries. Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your service to the country.
Oh, thank you for approving my project.
Take care.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Rissy, call the next item, please.
The next item is case number V-11637-21-UP-2. It is a use permit request by Patrick Jensen on behalf of the owner, Impressive Home Solutions Group LLC, to permit a street setback of 2.2 feet to the wall of a dwelling, 0.7 feet to the eave instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required, from the easement for street purposes adjacent to North Pershing Drive, to permit a street setback of 11 feet to the porch, 9.5 feet to the porch eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eave as required from the North Pershing Drive, and to permit a street setback of 12 feet to the porch, 10.5 feet to the porch eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eave as required, and to permit a setback of 13.4 feet to the building eave instead of 21 feet as required from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way, and to permit an aggregate setback of 17.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required in the R5 zoning district. Regarding new rear addition and eaves on a second-story addition over existing walls and a new front porch on a one-family dwelling on a corner lot in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 427 North Cleveland Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Mr. Rissy, would you describe the supplemental material?
There is a online comment of opposition from a neighbor.
Okay, and do we have an address for this neighbor?
I only have what was submitted through the online comment.
I don't see an address for this neighbor. Okay, maybe they will come and tell us where they live. All right, any questions for staff? Mr. Rissy, could you just briefly tell us how this application changed from the last time we saw it?
The major change is last time this came to the board, they were asking for all the additions that they're looking to do to the house now, as well as an expansion of the garage in the rear of the property. So they actually did go ahead and expand the rear garage under the approval granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals, but they never undertook the additions to the main dwelling. And so this application is now essentially the same as it was before, except for the garage is already built and not being requested. And I see Ms. Freshman has her hand up.
Well, my question, I've been by the property frequently and have noticed the garage, but also noticed the sign. And so I just wanted to be clear that we are approving modifications to the existing dwelling and not a new home.
Correct. They are extensive modifications to the existing dwelling, including full second story on top of the existing first story walls, a rear bump out addition in a corner that's currently notched out, and a new front porch and new eaves. But the walls, the non-conforming walls of the existing structure, for the most part, except for that small addition, will remain.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, is Mr. Jansen with us tonight?
On the good evening.
All right, are you joining us with audio, with video?
Unfortunately, no. I've tried to log in a few times, but I'm on the call-in line instead.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
My name is Salvatore Benvenga. I am representing Mr. Jansen this evening on short notice. He just had to unfortunately bringing a family member into hospital with COVID-related illness. So I'm stepping in on his behalf. I worked with him on the proposal and the design and things of that nature. So I'm hopefully able to field any questions that might be asked.
Okay. Could you give me your name again, please?
Sure. Salvatore Benvenga.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Do you have anything else you would like to add to the applicant, to your presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Freshman?
I think this came up the last time, but what we're looking at now, the extension, the one-room extension right to the sidewalk. Am I recalling that that was going to be pulled back or eliminated?
That was never the intention. The only intention was for it to be slightly modified. Actually, it pulls back a little bit more from the street with the new dimensions, I think by about 2 feet.
Yeah.
So, yes, but that's what I was meaning, pulling back from the sidewalk.
Correct.
So it isn't quite as close as it obviously is in this photo.
Correct. It's not as close as the current condition. It will be it will be moved back. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for staff or for the applicant? Hi, Mr. Rissy, do you have any speakers for this item?
I don't believe I have any that have signed up in advance.
Is there anyone here that did not sign up that wishes to speak on this item? All right, Mr. Rissy, looking at the email that we received in opposition, the sender says that is questioning the notice. Can you tell us what notice was given to the neighborhood on this case?
So we went through the standard notice of posting it in the newspaper twice. We posted on the website, and we mailed letters to all directly adjacent neighbors and posted placards around the structure.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's good. Unfortunately, I don't know where this party lives, so I can't evaluate their concern. All right. Any other questions?
I think Portia has a question.
Ms. Clark?
There were several nearby neighbors that I didn't see a response from. Was there any additional outreach to neighbors in the vicinity that were supporting it?
Who is that question directed to? Towards me?
Towards the applicant, yes.
Oh, yes, there were additional letters that were sent out, certified. I was not given the specifics as to the quantity and to whom, but I was told that the required notices were sent out to those that were supposed to get it. And I believe that was submitted for verification.
I see. In the back of our package, we have some letters with
Correct.
certified receipts of people that the applicant actually sent letters to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I see them.
It was just, Madam Chair, it was just that there were several others where there was no response. And that's why I was questioning whether there was an additional response that came in from any of those that didn't respond before.
We're getting some terrible feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So there is, so this is to the applicant. You have no additional responses beyond what's in the staff report. Whoops, did I lose you? Is it?
I think he's muted. Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I was muted somehow and I unmuted myself.
There you go.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, so you have no additional responses beyond what we have in our staff report.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Certainly, it seems like people had the opportunity to weigh in. Ms. Arthurs?
My speakers went off for a second, probably about the time that the applicant was muted. I think something was a little glitchy. Did we get any feedback from the neighbors? Or did they just receive notice?
To my knowledge, they just received notice.
Okay.
We have signatures in the packet.
Oh, okay.
There,
I defer to the package that was submitted.
yeah, there are some in the package that signed. Do you know who actually went to the neighbors? That it's amazingly poor, you know. I guess maybe in the time of COVID, people don't want to talk.
I don't know, but I know that Mr. Jansen made every attempt to make all of the required contacts via certified mailings and you know, contacting the neighbors that he could. Otherwise, I mean, him and I have a long-standing working relationship, probably over the past 8 to 10 years, working predominantly in Arlington. So we're quite familiar with the processes and procedures to do things the right way.
Ms. Clark, is this your old hand or a new hand?
Oh, that's
Old hand. Mr. Rissy, do you have your hand up?
Yes, mine is a new hand. I believe that the signatures in the package may be ones that were original to the application when it was first heard by the BZA.
I see.
I believe that this time around, with the pandemic, it was just the certified mail outreach.
I see.
The speaker may correct me if that's right, but that is my understanding.
As far as I understand, correct. I mean, there were, you know, attempts that were made to make contact during, you know, the limited abilities, but you know, we're doing the best we can.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So I'm satisfied from what I'm seeing, you know, just in reference to the compliance with the statutory requirements and the efforts that were made, especially in this, you know, very different atmosphere of COVID, you know, and people being really hesitant to really do much of anything to interact. So I'm prepared to make a motion when, you know, when the BZA is ready for that.
Ready?
Go ahead, Mr. Melnick.
Okay. All right, so in case V1163721UP2, I move that the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals grant the use permit request with the conditions as stated on the attached resolution, including the 3-year time limit for the building permit.
I'll second.
So, motion made by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Freshman, with the additional condition number 4 on the 3-year time limit. Is there any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to approve, to grant the use permit has been approved. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, Ms. Freshman?
could we make an announcement that everyone who is not actually speaking must mute, because there's so much background noise. I'm having a hard time sorting out what I need to listen to.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Yeah, it is difficult. All right, motion passes. I give Mr. Jansen our best regards, please.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate your time. For the board and the staff, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rissy, next item, please.
The next item is case number V-11638-21-UP-2. It is a use permit request by Anjenka and Heather Date. The owners permit a left side setback of 5 feet to the wall, 4 feet to the eave, instead of 5.4 feet to the wall, 4.7 feet to the eave, as previously approved by the BZA, and to permit a left side setback of 4.3 feet to a new window well instead of 5 feet as required from the left side property line, regarding after-the-fact approval for modifications to a one-story addition previously approved by the BZA in 2020 and a new window well in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 5904 10th Road North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. So this is a case where there was an approved use permit, and I think there were some construction errors or construction differences.
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard to say exactly where the error occurred, but they received approval for a setback of 5.4 feet. They started construction, and they received a wall check plat that showed that they were closer than that without the siding having been added yet.
Okay.
But they've also added a window well?
Yes, the window well is new and was not shown previously.
Okay. By the side entrance?
It's along the side.
Left setback.
I don't know that I have a picture of it, but yeah, it's on the left side.
Yeah. All right. Is the applicant with us? Ayinka or Heather Date?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Heather Date and my husband, Jack Date, and we are here with our contractor, Mark Rooney, and also our architect, Deborah Bulow, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? All right. The addition of the window well was an afterthought?
Yes, indeed.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Do we have any speakers on this item? Mr. Rissy, I don't think. Just the agent. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this item that didn't sign up?
Motion?
Ms. Freshman,
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11638-21-UP2, subject to the conditions listed.
I second.
motion made by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Arthurs. Is there any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick,
Aye.
Ms. Freshman,
Aye.
Ms. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit is approved on a vote of 5-0. So carry on.
Thank you. We're very grateful to all of you. Thank you so much for
Good luck with your project.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mr. Rissy, next item, please.
The next item is case number V-11571-20-UP-3. It is a use permit request by the Bangladesh Islamic Center, the owner, to permit the following setbacks from an existing non-residential religious institution structure: 35.4 feet to the wall from the center line of South Nelson Street, 15.4 feet to the wall from the newly dedicated easement for street purposes, instead of 50 feet as required from the center line, 25 feet from the easement for street purposes. 5 feet to the wall, 4.6 feet to the eaves from the right side lot line instead of 20 feet to the wall, 16 feet to the eaves as required. Regarding permission for the existing placement of some of the non-conforming portions of buildings and structures on the site as modified by a dedication of property for street purposes necessary for the combination of 3 existing lots with existing structures in the R27 zoning district to create one single lot where a new parking lot for the existing religious institution use will be located on the properties currently known as 2116, 2122, and 2130 South Nelson Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? Ms. Clark, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion and from voting on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I see another hand up. I don't know who that is. Who is that?
It's Lindsay.
Okay, hi, Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay.
I just wanted to note that I live 2 streets over from this location, but my street does not intersect with this, nor is it, my street is actually a dead end, so I don't have very much, this doesn't have very much impact on my own personal well-being and my own living situation. I also have had interactions with Barnes Lawson, who is representing BIC in my professional capacity. Neither one of these things will interfere with my ability to be impartial in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Arthurs. Mr. Rissy, the supplemental material that we received, have you had a chance to review it?
I've looked at it fairly quickly.
So what I see is one is an MOU between the Center and the Green Valley Civic Association, which we would not be directly involved with. But the other one is a series of conditions that are being offered for our consideration. And I wondered if, as we walk through here, you would take a look at these and see if you have any issues with them.
I would say that I have looked at the conditions. There are some that we would have concerns about the enforceability of. Staff did give the recommendations that we thought were necessary when we recommended approval of the project. If there are specific conditions that the board is interested, I'm happy to talk with them.
But generally speaking, I think it's good to try and keep in mind how the conditions actually relate to the relief being sought by the applicant. And I feel that a number of them don't directly relate to the relief being sought.
Okay,
But
so
I got a head nod from the agent, so he may want to speak on those more.
sure, I just, we may circle back to you on exactly the point that you made, whether these are enforceable or appropriate for this action. Any other questions for staff? All right, is the applicant with us tonight?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. We have a new member, so I'm going to do a little bit of background. This is a house of worship that is grandfathered with no parking. And the mosque has grown in membership, and the time has come when they believe that parking must be added in order to accommodate their worship services. We went to zoning and we learned that in order to do that, we have to consolidate the 3 lots into 1 lot. Otherwise, the parking would not be on the same lot. Therefore, it would not be legal in the determination by the zoning administrator. So we then looked into doing a deed of consolidation, and that is a type of subdivision, and therefore we would be required to make a dedication. Upon making a dedication, we then were required to obtain zoning relief for the setbacks from the street and side yards and so forth. So we're here on a package of relief that we're seeking in order to accommodate a consolidation of 3 lots and to allow us to add the parking lot. The last time we were here, we were given some marching orders by the board, some things to look into. And those 3 things were, they wanted to see timing of construction. They wanted us to have a full-time liaison, and they wanted us to propose conditions that could be incorporated into the approval, should you choose A, to approve it, and then B, impose these conditions. What I have forwarded for your review is 2 things. One is a list of conditions that if you are so inclined, you could impose. And the other is a memorandum of understanding that we have with the Civic Association. And some of the matters that were important to the board in the past are incorporated in the memorandum of understanding. I did not believe it was appropriate to put those type of things as conditions that would be imposed and that the government would be able to enforce. The memorandum of understanding is not necessarily a legal document. It's a good faith, it's the establishment of a good faith relationship between the mosque and the Civic Association, and it'll be a guidance on the future activities. In that, we have the timing of construction, and with most nonprofit organizations, it's dependent upon fundraising. And also with COVID, that has impacted, and they're just not sure how quickly the funds can be raised. We also have appointed a full-time liaison, that's in the memorandum of understanding, and the proposed conditions. These conditions have been slightly modified from the last set that you all saw. One thing I do want to share is as a land use person, I've represented many religious organizations, and in Fairfax, all churches, all houses of worship must go to the BZA. And the conditions that I have drafted are very commonly imposed in Fairfax. And, you know, I'm not trying to harm my own client. What I'm trying to do is demonstrate to the community that we're putting our money where our mouth is. And when we have made certain commitments to the community, we will in fact honor those and we will follow those. One example, and one thing that I learned knocking on doors, and several of the neighbors across the street raised this, they're concerned about light spillover. And I did a case out in Fairfax, and I took some pictures of the lighting fixtures that we utilized in that project. And you may not be able to see it, but they're internally designed in such a way the light goes straight down. It doesn't spread out. And that's really all that I have. You know, we've worked very, very hard to try to accommodate the concerns, and we would hope that you all would feel like it's an appropriate to approve us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Ritchie, I'm sure we'll have more questions for you, but I want to check to see how many speakers we have, if any.
Madam Chair, I didn't actually have any speakers sign up for this hearing.
Okay.
I think there's some from the mosque that want to speak.
So are there, okay, I see one hand raised. Are there other people here? Yes, I see two hands raised now. So I know that there's at least two. So let's start with the first hand up, I believe, was from the mosque. And the second hand I saw was Mr. Grant. So if you have a representative from the mosque that wishes to speak, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say, like, we have a very good staff member who are always in the mosque and try to take care of the community and the neighbors and everything. And also during this pandemic, we are not a like charity organization. We are a non-profit organization. Even then, we had a couple of opportunity to distribute food. Actually, during that time, we also distributed food to our neighbors, and we had reserved food for them also, whoever wants, we gave it to them. And also we started to do the street cleaning for last 2 weeks, and it's very good. All the neighbors like to the community, to you guys today.
Thank you, Mr. Menazudin.
You can call me Mia, that's my name. So
okay. All right, and I also saw John Grant is here. Mr. Grant, do you wish to speak?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise I'll be brief. I've spoken here in behalf on this item at a previous session. I spoke in opposition. I'm going to continue to speak in opposition to this. There have been some efforts to reach out to neighbors as well as the Civic Association. We've had a semi-productive dialogue on that front for the first time, I will add, which is nice. But there are some additional documents here, and I apologize. I'm seeing these for the first time, so I apologize for my ignorance. But I have a couple quick questions. One is this indicates that a couple buildings will be raised as part of this project, and that was a little bit of an eyebrow raiser to me. But the second thing is, our Civic Association has had a lot of in recent weeks, and I'm not speaking for the Civic Association in this capacity. I'm only one person, but we've had some conversations. They have been really, for the first time, from my perspective, I live across the street and 3 doors down, and having any conversations of this type. But there's been a lot of talk and not as much follow through that I have seen personally. I'm hopeful that everyone will move in a positive direction moving forward, because again, from the neighborhood's perspective, this is exclusively about parking. There are some trash issues, there's some other issues, and as I believe a previous member of the BZA noted, that this is really noting some issues that are outside of the normal purview of the BZA. But for the matter at hand right now, my main concern is how many buildings are going to be raised and how will that impact the parking situation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Stand by in case you have, we have questions for you if you wish. And Anyone else here tonight that wishes to speak on this item? All right. Minna, could you lower your hand just so I know that, or are you asking to speak again? All right. Colleagues, are there questions for the applicant? And if you're thinking about it, I'm glad to jump in and start with mine. Right now, I don't see my colleagues at all.
Ms. Freshman is trying to ask a question and raising her hand.
Okay, I just see her. Ms. Freshman, go ahead.
Looking for clarification from the applicant or about this issue that the speaker just raised about buildings being raised that I wasn't aware of either.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the single family house, I don't know if you all can see that. I moved the arrow. The single family house will be raised because in that area parking will be placed, and there's some outbuildings in the back that are not in, they haven't been maintained and they're not in good shape, and some of those will be removed. So, but the only significant structure is going to be the single family house.
That's going to be removed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
One of the issues from our last meeting was that the applicant had submitted a new plat that staff had not seen. Mr. Rissy, I believe the plat now that we're referring to is dated 2/02/21. Are we in agreement that that's the plat that we're looking to approve? It's the last page in our staff report.
Madam Chair, I have it as the second to last page in the staff report. Page.
Well, yes, you do.
34.
Yeah, you're right.
And the date I see on it is, or just says October 2020.
I see a stamp that says 2/2/21 on what I'm looking at.
Correct. I see that stamp as well.
Okay.
I was looking under the date field on the right side.
Okay. Mr. Lawson, is this the proposal that we are to act on?
If you don't mind, I believe our engineer is standing by to answer that. Is Hamid, are you available?
I'm available.
Okay, make sure we got the right plat.
Yes, Madam Chairman, it is the plat that is dated with my stamp on it as 2/02/21. That is the latest plat that we submitted to the county.
Okay, so that's the plat that we're all working from.
Right, there is a revision date in the revision block which has the same date, but originally was created back in October.
Okay, yes, I see that date too. All right.
Madam Chairman, that date is referenced in the conditions in the staff report resolution, because we've had that problem before of what to include. And that is the date that they've included.
I see that. Okay, that's good. That's we're all starting on the same place. Ms. Arthurs, do you have a question?
I do. On that plat, what is in the parking, what's the SWN, the underground SWM? I don't see
Stormwater management. Do you want to explain that, Hamid?
Yes, Ms.
But I know what stormwater management is. I didn't see a key. I just wanted to figure out what that was.
That's good. So, Mr. Wilson, you mentioned in your presentation and in your supplemental material that you are looking at some lighting on this parking lot with downlights. Are those light poles shown on this plat?
I don't believe so, Hamid. I don't think you've done the final engineering to locate where the light poles will be. The pictures I took were examples of a type fixture that does not bleed over into neighboring properties. And the condition we proposed said that we would use fixtures that would aim the light down and not into the onto the neighbor's property.
So, Mr. Lawson, unfortunately, this is, the lighting of the parking lot obviously is important. I don't know if anybody realized that you were proposing lighting. That usually neighbors have a good deal to say about lighting a parking lot.
I think it's required. Hamid, can you expand upon this?
Yes, lighting is a site plan requirement, Madam Chairman.
It's a site plan requirement?
Yes, ma'am.
But we're not, we're not doing a site plan here.
Engineering site plan.
Engineering site plan.
Okay.
It's an engineering site plan. When we submit the engineering site plan, it's part of that. What I was getting at is when they review our lighting plan, we can, on the property lines, we cannot have any spillage of light over the property line. So in other words, at the property line, when we measure the lights, it has to be at 0.
What's troubling here is that we're not looking at a plan that everybody can understand and agree to. And this is, we are obviously, this is a little bit different than what we usually look at. This is much more commercial than what we look at, because in a residential project, we're not talking about any kind of commercial lighting. So my concern is that everybody know what to expect before we approve this. Mr. Rissi, I guess can I get some guidance from you? I mean, this is.
Madam Chair, the zoning ordinance does cover parking lot lighting in one very small section of the zoning ordinance. It's Article 14.4 is outdoor lighting, specifically parking areas and walkways is covered under 14.42. It gets towards what Hamid was talking about and requires that not less than 1 foot candle of light at the surface during the hours, and what is it? Providing not less than 1 foot candle of light to the surface dwelling. So there is a small section of the zoning ordinance that does talk about this, but that's really the only place where zoning deals with parking lighting.
So, my concern is that, this action is, our approving this application has impacts way beyond what we normally would be looking at. In other words, we are now basically, our approval includes nighttime lighting.
Madam Chair, I'll just quickly mention two
required.
things. First is that we have a board member with her hand raised.
Sure, I got that.
The second is the request before you is for a modification for setbacks for existing structures, no more. The parking lot is being built by right, and they'll need to meet the zoning requirements for building a parking lot. It's part of why staff didn't recommend any conditions relating to the by right development that will come later. And again, I'll remind you, you have a board member with a hand up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. So what we're approving is certain setbacks, and the parking lot is being built by right. Ms. Arthur?
My only concern now, I guess, with the lighting issue, well, I know that we've kind of figured that out a little bit, is if the neighborhood outreach outreach about the lighting was was done, basically. I don't see anything in the MOU about any lighting at nighttime. And I don't see anything in Mr. Lawson's letter either, other than about any outreach that was done. I know that there's been significant outreach over the last probably year, I think, over this, but overhead lighting, tall lighting in the middle of a residential area is kind of a big deal. And if the neighborhood, there's already so much contention about it, I would be interested to know what the neighborhood thought about the lighting situation.
I think the lighting is required by the county when they review the parking lot layout. It's not something that, we want the lighting. We have to do what the ordinance requires. Hamid, can you explain how this would work and the approval process for the parking lot?
But basically what we have to do after the BZA approval, what we have to do is engineer the site plan, make sure all the gradings and all the details are worked out. We have to also do a drainage study on the site. There would be a erosion sediment control plan that would be created. We also have to apply and receive a land development permit application. And all of that engineering will go through engineering and zoning review during our final site plan process or engineer site plan process before they can get started on the parking at all. And during those times, they will review the candle lights, the height of the lights, the impact on the neighbors as well.
Yeah, except that, in a staff review on a by right parking lot, there really is no discussion with the neighbors about lighting. That happens all internally, and that all the approvals are internal. I'm just concerned, as Ms. Arthurs mentioned, that this never came up in discussion with the neighbors up to now, and it's just
It was discussed with the neighbors. Across the street, there's a gentleman who's an engineer, and I forget who he works with, but he was the main one who suggested the parking lot lighting. And what he asked was, could we put in the fixtures that aim the light down? And so that's why I drafted the condition the way I did. We'd be happy to shift that over to the memorandum of understanding, but we only have so much flexibility. The county will dictate where the lights are and what they are. All we can guarantee the neighbors is that we'll install lights that won't spill over onto their property.
all right. I see a hand raised from Mr. Ahmed.
Yes. Hi. Good evening.
Who are you?
Hi, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I spoke during the last BZA.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, we are like right across the street. We are 2127 and 2129 South Nelson Street. Okay. So I just wanted to weigh in real quick, as I have been hearing a lot of things about lighting and like its impacts on the neighbors, right? So basically, if I go by my understanding right now, whenever we are leaving the house after dark, right, all I see is an empty lot that is dark, right? Even the kids, sometimes like we share the houses, we live in two houses. So I have my nephews and nieces. So sometimes at night when they're like coming to like one house from the other one, sometimes they even get scared because it's dark. So I'm really trying to understand that being right opposite of that property that the BZA is meeting up on, and that really is like right in front of us. I'm trying to understand like what is the issue about lighting? Like if there's lights there, it will be good for the neighbors. And the only way the lights would be there is when it meets the requirement, it meets the county ordinance and all that. right? So being the person living right across the street from there for the last 10 years, that's the only thing I can tell you guys when it comes to that state property and how the lighting should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Melnick, did you have your hand up?
Yes. So I'm wondering what conditions, because there's Steve Brizzi was saying that, you know, some of the conditions being proposed, and that's, let me see, that's actually the document where it's like, it starts off proposed conditions to be imposed by the BZA. I'd like to hear staff's position in reference to these conditions, you know, which are inappropriate, which the staff thinks are appropriate. You know, just because there are quite a few conditions here.
Mr. Melnick, would you mind if we held that off until we finish the lighting discussion?
Sure, because
Just,
the yeah, the lighting is one of them. That's why I was wondering.
it is one. I just so Mr. Mr. Ahmed raised the question that the lights stay on according to the county rules. And this is by right. So what are the county rules that would govern when this parking lot is lit?
Madam Chair, if that's to me, as I mentioned, the only portion of the zoning ordinance that deals with lighting is that very small section of 14.4. And really all it says is there's a minimum level that must be maintained on the site. That is really all it says. So I can't speak to the regulations of the county that would require the placement or the timing of the light fixtures.
Okay, that's, again, this concerns me because while Mr. Ahmed sees advantages to the lighting, I know there are many neighborhoods who strongly object to lighting, even on recreational fields that are otherwise have great value to the neighborhood. So lighting is not a small thing. And obviously there's differences of opinion, but it is not something that everybody agrees with. Miss Arthurs?
I think Mr. Ahmed's point about, I mean, he would be the one who's most directly impacted by the light because the back side of the lot, there's plenty of trees. He's the one who would have the most impact. The houses that are to the left, those townhomes are quite tall. So I can't imagine that I don't believe that there are many windows on that side of the house. I can't imagine that they would have a huge impact, but those two houses right across the street are the ones that are going to have the most impact. So, you know, if he's voicing his support for it and it's is it in the MOU? I don't think that it is. But his support is telling, I think, and weighs a lot, in my opinion.
Any, Mr. Minna, did you want to add something?
Oh, I just wanted to say the backside is uphill, so it's like about you can say 8 feet high. So there's a wall, retaining wall. So as you're saying, like the lighting shouldn't impact the backside.
So I guess I wish that there was an opportunity for the neighbors to weigh in on the lighting. I'm not sure that this is the venue where they weigh in since it's by right lighting, but our approval of the setbacks seem to be the only thing that is keeping this from moving ahead full speed.
And one other thing that I would like to say, that
I've got one more. I've got a couple of board members that wish to speak. Ms. Freshman?
I understand your concerns, Madam Chairman. I just think that the applicants and their representative have, and the Civic Association folks who are monitoring this are well aware of those concerns. And even though it's a by right exercise, I think that to the extent that the applicants have any control, they can certainly be responsive to whatever the neighbors might say, but it is not, whether we like it or not, it is not really an issue for us beyond the discussion which we've had, which I think will be useful for all the participants.
Okay. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In Fairfax, we often have timers, and what I would suggest is let us talk to Portia and perhaps some of the immediate neighbors. And if they want to, we could certainly try to put these on a timer. Hamid, there's no reason why we couldn't have a timer that turned them off at, say, 10 p.m.
Absolutely. I mean, with the new fixtures, we have a lot of variety. We have a lot of options to change the height, to change the time. They will come out the time that would be turned off. The light fixtures, we have a lot of different options that we can go with. It is something that we continue working with the neighbors all the time with different projects to make sure that the lighting is not true to other neighborhood.
Well, I think what we've been told is that the county, this becomes by right, and the county will enforce or require whatever lighting requirements that the county has. I don't know how much room for negotiation with the neighbors that leaves.
Madam Chairman, the only thing county has on lighting is the candlelight amount of spillage over the property line. That's it. They don't have any regulations on the height or where the locations of the lights is going to be.
All right.
The spillage over the property line will dictate where the lights are going to be placed. The height of the light and the way we point it is it dictates how much spillage we have, how much spillage of light we have over the property line. I believe it is one. Mr. Racer can correct me, but I think it's one candlelight.
Yeah, that means nothing to me.
It's very little. It's almost zero spillage.
All right. Well, I think we have chewed this issue enough for now, and I do appreciate Mr. Melnick's forbearance, and I'd like him to go ahead and continue his discussion about the other conditions.
Yeah, so what I'd like is for Mr. Rizzi as the staff, just to comment on the conditions that were proposed, which are appropriate, which aren't, or any of them needed, which ones are troublesome. And I have them in front of me. So Steve, could you address that? Like your thoughts about these conditions and whether they should be included?
Sure. I'll try to go quickly through this, but I would say, generally speaking, staff has given the conditions that we feel are appropriate for the request that is being sought, which is approval of the setbacks of the existing structures that will remain on site. So with that said, I don't see an issue with the first one or the second one being in conformance with 14.24. I don't see an issue with the number of spaces that they are saying. It appears to be in alignment with the plat that they've provided. Number 4, I do have some issue with. Just zoning isn't necessarily able to make a determination on what is structurally sound. We look at the placement of structures on the property. And again, I'm trying to relate this to the relief that's being sought. If they were to not repair the wall, does that mean that the setbacks for the existing structure are no longer okay? So I have some issue with 4. 5, again, is fine. I don't know how necessarily zoning is involved with it, though. Number 6, we're talking about the lighting there. Again, the zoning regulations for lighting are very minimal. We don't talk about direction, shielding, screening, anything like that. We just say that there is a minimum amount of light that you must have for certain projects. If they choose to downlight, I think that's fine. I do think that the regulations, as Hamid mentioned, will kind of be worked out with DES. I do agree that there probably isn't a lot of opportunity for neighborhood involvement at that point, but there isn't really involvement of zoning either. 7, I have some issues with the word like timely performed, and I actually don't understand how 7 and 9 relate to each other. If one is going to say it's going to be substantially completed within 12 months and the other says that they have 3 years, I don't really understand the need for both of those. And 8, again, it's a great thing to do for the neighborhood, but it's not something that zoning is going to send someone out to monitor that they're picking up the garbage. And if zoning did, which we won't, I don't know what the consequence would be if they were to be found in violation of that. I don't know how them not picking up the garbage, which again, we appreciate them doing, would nullify the setbacks that you're approving. I think that's all 9, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. With regard to trash, I think in our previous meeting, we did decide that we would concern ourselves with what happens on the site rather than off-site, because we really don't control what happens off-site. And I think the trash is definitely an off-site issue. Ms. Freshman?
Yeah, I agree. I think that with Stephen's comments, I think when you're talking about a neighborhood rep or picking up trash and those sort of things, I think that's something that can be worked out as part of an agreement with the community. But I don't think it pertains to zoning or is appropriate for actual condition in a BZA action. And so I think that it shows good faith as a good neighbor, and that's important for whatever agreement they come up with the Civic Association.
All right. Mr. Rissy.
Madam Chair, just as a point of order for the meeting, I want to remind individuals that the chat is there just for technical assistance and should not be used to discuss any of the cases because it can't be captured for the public record.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Melnick, that was very helpful. Are you going to work on putting together conditions?
Yeah,
if we're ready, when we're ready to move forward.
Yeah, well, I frankly think that we could, I was taking good notes, and I think we could go with the conditions that staff thought were appropriate. Okay. That's what I'd like to put in a motion.
All right. So just one last look at the plat. So one of the buildings is coming down, and one of the old shed is coming down, and it's going to be replaced with a new shed. I think those are the 2 substantive changes besides the parking lot itself. And that shed.
And the what is it, canopy cover behind the mosque building.
Okay, so let's review.
I think Mr. Rissy covered that, did you not?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Easy?
Madam Chair, it is my understanding that there are two accessory structures, the residential dwelling and the porch roof covering on the main mosque building that are all proposed to be removed.
Isn't there's also a shed that's coming down.
There are two sheds that are coming down.
Okay. All right. So, going back to basics, what we're doing here is approving some setbacks. I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. And those setbacks are based on the plat that we have before us. They're shown on this plat. And beyond that, what happens is going to be governed by right approvals within the county.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
Yeah, I agree, because I've been thinking about this, and being an attorney, I think approximate cost, like how far down the road are we going to go from what the issue really is? Like when we approve, say something on a patio, is this going to cause the people to do something else? And so I do think we really ought to concentrate on the issues at hand. And that's why I was thinking, and I heard from staff that, even the lighting condition could be inappropriate. And so the other thing is I was looking at the plats because I saw in the condition, let's see, it mentioned the plan dated October 2020. And a lot of the writing is very small, but I'm not finding one. I'm finding other dates, but not that. So maybe Barnes could let us know, which one is actually the one being referred to of October 2020.
Yeah, I apologize. That should be the same one that Steve has in his proposed condition. Same date. That should be, let's see, that's
2/2/21.
yes. 2/2/21.
Oh, Ms. Freshman, which one is it?
It's the second to the last.
It's
page.
second to the last page. It's dated February 2, 2021, and the same date is referenced in condition 2 of the staff report proposal resolution. So we have the correct date in the resolution already.
Okay. Okay, just the wrong one in the conditions.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I see. Do you have your, okay, all right. Mr. Lawson, do you have your hand up? You're muted.
No, ma'am. Maybe I didn't take it down.
All right, good. Just checking, because I think we're starting to wrap up here.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So just to let you know what I'm going to do is I'll make the general motion, then I'll list the number of paragraphs of the conditions that I'd like to propose to be included. So motion is I move that in case V 11571-20-UP3, I move to the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated, and with the additional conditions on the attachment to our, the supplemental materials. At the top, it's entitled BZA March 10th, 2021. And in those, I'd also like to attach the conditions numbered 1, 2, 3, and 9. And also, and it's listed in here about allow up to 3 years to vest, but I believe that's the same one we've been saying, that a building permit needs to be applied for within 3 years.
So that's our conventional language, not the language that was Mr. Barnes provided.
Mm-hmm. Right. And
3
so that's for paragraph 9, I'd substitute our typical 3-year language.
Got it.
I'll second. And just for clarification, we're using the first two conditions in the staff resolution, adding 4 from Barnes' resolution, and then adding our own 3-year time limit.
Well, actually, it's
7.
Actually, it's just 3. So it's condition 1, 2, 3. And I guess we can leave off 9 because we're going to use.
We'll do our,
because we're going to use our, so it's 6 conditions altogether.
Mr. Melnick, you don't want to add number 5?
No.
Well, so Mr. Rizzi seemed to think that that was more of a civic association issue, more instead of a BZA issue.
Is that right, Mr. Reese?
I think it's fine, but I just have issue with understanding how it relates to the setbacks and what we would actually enforce if you were to be in violation of not giving someone your phone number.
That condition is very common, Mr. Melnick, in use permits and in site plans. And I know this isn't a 4.1 site plan, nor is it a use permit, but very, very common. And I do think, and I'm arguing for the community, but I do think it's very appropriate. It's very common, and I think the zoning enforcement folks would know what to do with that. But again, I'll defer to your good judgment.
Mr. Melnick, I have no objection if we include that.
Okay, I have no objection to including paragraph 5. And also, while the motion's on the table, and parliamentary wise, hopefully I can still mention this, but I had intended to replace in condition 1, of the attachment, the date of February 2, 2021, where it's mentioning the plat attached here to and prepared by professional design group. So I wanted to note that corrected date of the plan.
2/21.
February 2nd, 2021.
Okay.
Mr. Melnick, that's already condition 2 in the staff report.
Oh, I see. But if you look in condition number 1, there's another date in there of January 8th.
So is there a reason to have that at all if you have the date in the staff condition?
Or should that refer to the March 10th staff report? I think that should refer to the March 10th staff report. Mr. Rissy, do you agree?
I understand what Mr. Melnick is doing is trying to have consistency between the proposed conditions so that the condition that Mr. Lawson has provided, which is number 1 of the additional conditions, will have the same date as the condition in that staff has provided as well.
But look at your condition number 1 in the staff report. It refers to staff report dated. Shouldn't that be March 10, 2021?
Steve, Mr. Ricci, I think you did mean January 8, 2021, did you not? Because that's a survey versus the one that shows the parking lot improvements. Is that right, or am I wrong?
Oh, attached. Well, is the survey also attached to this report?
If Mr. Melnick is happy to make the change, I'm happy to move them all to be the date of February 2nd, 2020.
Okay.
Okay, including the staff report?
One date to rule them all.
So we shouldn't call it the staff report, then it should be on the survey dated,
Yes,
on the survey dated.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's paragraph 2, instead of plat dated, survey dated?
No, in number 1. In accordance, in the first condition in the staff report shown on the survey dated.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. And that will be February 2nd.
Right.
And we'll use that date and language consistently throughout all of the conditions. That is my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like the condition 1 on the supplemental materials, that adds language, just, providing for revisions, and approval by the zoning administrator if any revisions are required. So there's a little more wiggle room on the condition number 1 than there is on, the pre-printed one.
Yeah.
You think?
I think condition 1 is saying that the mosque building shall not be enlarged beyond the footprint shown on Hamid's survey. Hamid, what's the date of your survey? Hamid, are you with us?
Sorry.
Hamid, what's the date of your survey that shows existing conditions?
The survey that shows existing conditions. Let me get to that.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Melnick.
So it does appear that the supplemental condition number 1 is about the parking lot.
Right.
And then the resolution condition 1 is about structures.
Right.
So they are 2 different things.
Right. I think we're okay. Good point.
Yeah. Okay, but those changes, that would be my motion.
All
And I
right.
don't know if we need unanimous consent to accept all these changes since the 2nd.
I'm just going to make sure that everybody understands what is before us. And I think the only thing that's happening now is there's a check on the survey date.
Madam Chair, the existing survey is sealed with a date of April 29th, 2020.
All right. So in condition 20, April 29th, 2020, in the first condition.
Okay.
Hey, does anybody need a recap of this, or do we think we have?
Steve?
I've got it. Steve?
Okay.
Mr. Rissy?
My understanding is we are changing staff's proposed condition to have a note that says the survey dated April 29th, 2020. The other 2 conditions will now read according to the plat dated February 2nd, 2021.
Right, and then we're adding 1, 2, 3, and 5 from the applicant's proposal, and we're adding condition number 6 with our 3-year expiration.
Correct.
And the motion's been made and then been seconded. Any further discussion? I would just like to say that, I will support this, but it is awkward that kind of the back and forth between the neighbors and what we're doing makes it appear that we're giving more permissions than we really are. We really are only giving permissions for the setbacks. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes on a vote of 4-0 with 1 abstention. Ms. Clark abstaining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It took a while, didn't it?
Thank you for your patience.
All right. Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11619-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Corey L. and Mary J. Bradley, the owners, to permit a street setback of 17.5 feet to the porch, 16 feet to the porch eaves from North Garfield Street, and 12.2 feet to the porch, 10.7 feet to the porch eaves from First Street North, instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required from each street. To permit a street setback of 12 feet to the rear addition, 10.5 feet to the eaves from First Street North, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eaves as required, and to permit a street setback of 14 feet to the window well from First Street North, instead of 21 feet as required, regarding proposed two-story addition with front and rear porch to an existing one-family dwelling on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 102 North Garfield Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? This item is a carryover. We heard this previously. At our February meeting. Is the applicant with us?
Yes.
Yes, we're here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We're Corey and Mary, the owners and applicants for this use permit. As you know, this is carried over. Our application was carried over from last month, where you asked us and the staff to provide some additional information, specifically some data in the form of charts for the placement of the structure and the footprint size compared to the neighbors, as well as information about the trees on the property. And we've provided those within the staff has provided those, and we provided the tree information, which is on page 22 of our application. We've lived here in Arlington for 12 years, and specifically in this house for 10 years. We arrived here in Arlington while we were on active duty with the Army. And now that we're retired, we'd like to stay in this house, but we are both disabled veterans, and we would need to make some changes to this 100-year-old house in order for us to stay here and make it our forever home. Some of the specific challenges with doing an addition here is the specific hardship that it is a corner lot, and it's also very narrow. It's 55 inches wide, which is 55 feet wide, which is even smaller than the average 60 feet wide in the R6 zone. So as such, we would like to go ahead with this use permit. The addition itself is actually not asking for more of a setback than the current house already is in from First Street, the First Street side, and it doesn't encroach any further into the right of way than we already have with the existing house. We do appreciate the work of Steve Rizzi and his team to prepare the report for you tonight. And as stated in the report and in our application, the use permit, we believe, meets all the criteria for approval for under Building Ordinance 15.6.8. And those three, the use permit will not be detrimental to the public welfare and not injurious to the neighborhood and not adversely affect the health or safety of persons in the neighborhood. And in fact, we have talked to all of our adjacent neighbors, and there are no objections to our use permit or this addition. Second, the addition and the house will be compatible in the neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint size and placement
are similar to the structures on the property surrounding our lot. And that's demonstrated in the tables and the photos in the report. In addition, it'll be within the low range of the overall footprint size for our neighborhood. Further, the placement is further from the right of way than our adjacent neighbor on First Street. And in this picture, that the use permit for 101 Highland was given in 2018, and the picture that you see there, the addition is about to start on that house, and it actually comes within 8 feet of the right of way, where ours is approximately 12 feet of the right of way is what we're asking. And finally, the modification that we're asking to make will preserve the natural landform, historical features, and the significant any trees and foliage in the area. In fact, the use permit is not going to have any impact on the trees, and we've demonstrated that on page 22 of the package. And so we'd request that you approve our use permit this evening. We'd answer any questions you have. Additionally, Mr. Roger Bohr is here. He's our representative, and any questions that we can't answer, he should be here to help with those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bradley. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you for that additional information. That's very helpful. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Wanted to ask if there was outreach to neighbor and or reason why they didn't respond at 109.
I'm not sure 109 of which street, but I don't believe those are adjacent to us.
It's the one, what's that, on Highland Street, 109 Highland.
No, we're adjacent to 101 on Highland.
Okay, and 109 is beside it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We just didn't reach out. We just followed the guides that we received, and we touched all the neighbors that were adjacent to our property. So that we just
that's not.
Yeah, we just didn't go beyond what was in the guide that the BZA provided.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're reviewing. Give us a moment. So this was deferred for additional information.
Yes, ma'am.
Any thoughts, colleagues? Ms. Freshman.
If there are no questions or speakers, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I don't believe there are any speakers on this item. Go ahead.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11619-21-UP1, subject to the conditions listed and with a 3-year time limit.
I'll second it.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Melnick.
I don't know if the board is interested in including a condition about the preservation of the trees that are going to be relatively near to the addition. And that's on the very last page of the staff report. So it's tree 1 and 2. And I put together language in case you all wanted to include, preserving the trees and replacing them if they die.
Are you seeking unanimous consent to add those conditions?
Sure. Yeah, and I can read the language that I put together.
Okay.
Okay, so it would be the applicants agreed to preserve the butternut hickory or the bitternut hickory and the white oak as shown or as set forth on the submission or the tree information for 102 North Garfield Street, BZA use print application dated February 28, 2021. And replace them if they die with a tree of the same variety.
Applicants, do you follow the condition?
Yeah, we follow it. I will tell you that the bitternut hickory is not our favorite tree. It produces kind of a yucky fruit, and so I would like to be able to replace it with maybe another variety of consistent with the neighborhood or some other variety that I guess again consistent with other trees in the neighborhood, not particularly that particular variety, but beyond that, I guess
we're fine.
We're fine. Yeah, we wouldn't intend to remove the trees purposefully, and so that's we don't have any objection to replacing the trees.
So Mr. Melnick, if replace the bitternut with a species consistent.
We could say, and I'm, not being an arborist, even if we said a similar variety, I'm not sure, how far that would go or what that would mean.
Yeah, Mr. Rissi's got his hand up because he doesn't like similar variety. Go ahead, Mr. Rissi.
Mr. Rissi has his hand up because he doesn't like regulating trees. Like the last case, my question, and sorry, they are vacuuming the building. My question really relates to what you think the zoning can do if one of the trees were to be removed. Would we then say that the addition is in violation and needs to be torn down, or how do you see that being remedied? And again, we are not arborists and don't monitor the health or.
Now, Mr. Rissi, we've had tree conditions on our use permits in the past.
Yes, and we generally have issues with them from a zoning.
But we go forth anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just raising our concerns from a zoning standpoint. You are free to do as you feel is appropriate for the case.
So, what our intent is to emphasize that we would like to not lose any trees in this location. Mr. Melnick?
Yeah, so one of the conditions actually is, it says, and with the proposal help preserve, one of them is significant trees and foliage. But I would be willing to change it to, would the applicant be willing to have, and if they, if any of the trees, or if either of these trees dies, replace with a tree of a variety consistent with any tree on the property.
Yes.
Something like that, just some other type on the property.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. a variety consistent with any other tree on the subject property.
Okay. So is that condition number 4, or is that condition number 3, and the time limit's to number 4?
Let's see, that could be condition 3.
All right, we'll make that 3, and then the last condition, number 4, will be the time limit.
All right.
All right. Do we have unanimous consent for these modifications? All right. Hearing no objection, I'm going to call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit is adopted with a 5-0 vote. So good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Good night.
Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item, please?
Madam Chair, just before we move on, for my notes, I missed who seconded that motion.
That was seconded by Ms. Clark.
I see.
Motion by Ms. Freshman,
Okay.
seconded by Ms. Clark.
Thank you. The next item is case V-11622-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by William E. Pellin on behalf of Ari David Pellin and on Maria Pellin. The owners permit a right side setback of 4.3 feet to the wall of the attached garage, 4.2 feet to the building eave instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the building eave as required. To permit a left side setback of 8.1 feet to the porch, 8 feet to the porch eave, 7.1 feet to the building eave instead of 13.7 feet to the front porch, 9.7 feet to the porch and building eaves as required from the side property line. Regarding an enclosure of an existing carport, new front and rear porches, and second story addition with new eaves on an existing one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 2741 South Ives Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Right. Mr. Rissy, this is a carryover, right?
Correct, Madam Chair.
All right. Any questions for staff? All right. So is it a carry? Because I'm saying maybe I'm confused. It's not a carryover.
Chair.
No, it isn't.
It's not a carryover because it says no previous BZA actions. Okay.
Madam Chair, it was placed on an agenda earlier and we had to move it from that agenda to this agenda because there were some changes to the plat that weren't captured in the announcement, so it wasn't discussed at a previous hearing.
Okay.
On a previous agenda.
Got it. That clarifies. All right. So no questions for staff? All right. Is the applicant here, Mr. Pellinen?
Yep, I am here.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I guess thanks for taking the time out to hear my case. The thrust of the permit is converting the existing carport you see right now into a garage, a pop-the-top type conversion, and then some changes to the front. Reached out to all of our neighbors. Immediate neighbor to the right, you can see in that picture. She's been our neighbor for 45 years. She's completely in support. Neighbor to the other side has been our neighbor for, call it, 20 plus years, also in support. Two neighbors across the street, brand new houses that you'll see with the trampoline, as well as that house, also in support. And then the houses behind us are owned by the same individuals. They're also in support. Don't feel that the changes we're proposing are inconsistent with the neighborhood. They are in keeping with typical norms, I would say. And reached out to the Civic Association. They also didn't voice any concerns. And that's pretty much it. Happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pellinen.
Sure.
It's good when we have all the neighbors weighing in. That's very helpful.
Yeah, we get along with all of them. They're all nice. It's a good neighborhood.
Madam Chairman,
Ms. Freshman,
are there speakers?
I don't believe we have any speakers.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11622-21-UP1, subject to the conditions listed and with a 3-year time limit.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Arthurs. Any discussion among the board members? Mr. Melnick, have you completed your review?
Oh, yeah, I have.
You're good. I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So motion to grant the use permit carries on a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
All
Good night,
right.
everyone.
All right. Good night, everybody. Good night. Not everybody else, just you. Mr. Rissy, we have to stay.
We have plenty more to go.
Will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11627-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Jesse Tarr on behalf of the owners Carly and Mark Schnecknies to permit a street setback of 16.2 feet to the wall, 15.6 feet to the eave instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required, a street setback of 14.6 feet to the chimney instead of 23.5 feet as required, and a street setback of 17.4 feet to the porch, 17.1 feet to the porch eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eave as required from 8th Street North, and to permit a street setback of 11.8 feet to the wall, 10.8 feet to the eave instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required, regarding a new second-story addition, rebuilding of non-conforming sunroom, and second-story rear addition on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 722 North Highland Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? Mr. Rissy, I was trying to figure out, I was looking at all the setbacks on the plat that's dated 2/13/21. I assume that's the one we're looking at, right? Are all of those called out here? I see. I just wondered why some were called out in the advertisement, but not all of them.
Madam Chair, I'll mention that we did have a couple of different versions of this plat. This, I believe, is the most up-to-date correct plat, and I'll let the applicant correct me if I'm wrong in that.
Okay. Now, I show the applicant as Jesse Tarr.
I'm going to let the property owner speak to who she is and the applicant are. I see the property owner has joined on video already.
Okay, so that's Miss Shackneys? How close?
Hi, everybody. No, you got it. You got it exactly right. It's Shackneys. It was a good chance. You got it right.
It was a dumb luck.
No, that was great. So good evening, everybody, and thank you for this. Worked out perfectly because bedtime just ended. So we're grateful to be included in the meeting tonight, and also, as Stephen, Mr. Reese had noted, we did have a process to get here, so I'm also really grateful for his guidance and patience and phone calls just to answer my questions. So in any case, my husband and I purchased this home, and we've lived in the neighborhood for 3 years as renters, and we've lived in Arlington for 15 years, and we have young but quickly growing children. And so our hope is that we will be able to maintain the look of the neighborhood and of this house while still adjusting it, expanding it in the back, maintaining the current setback of the existing structure, to fully accommodate our family's need. I think our proposal covers everything. I sure hope it does. We've been really fortunate to have the support of the sellers actually connected us with all of the, all but one, because she didn't have the contact information for one of the sort of rear opposing neighbors, not opposing as opposing our proposal, but opposite street neighbors. And all of the neighbors were really both very welcoming to us and also supportive of our proposal. There is one neighbor that I was not able to get in contact with, despite trying on 3 separate occasions in person, knocking on the door, of course, with a mask and standing well beyond the doorway. But it wasn't without effort. So I'm happy to answer any questions about our plans and our proposal. And again, thank you for including us this evening.
Which neighbor were you not able to reach?
It's 3109 8th Street. So it's
Oh, I see. Yes, you did include that in your, I have a note there. Now, you also have a next door neighbor at 718 Highland.
Yes.
Did you have outreach to that neighbor?
Yes, on the right. I don't want to say their name, but yes, we did have outreach to them. And I believe it was all by email. The family that sold us the house very kindly reached out to their neighbors and asked permission to share their email addresses with us, and they approved. And then I had email correspondence with all of them. So I think copies of the emails are actually in the application.
Right, there was. I guess that must be the one. There was one in here that we didn't have an address for, and that's probably the one that. Yeah, I figured it out. Yep. Okay. So let me see if I can. Any questions for the applicant?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Melnick?
Oh, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Before you do that, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what we were approving here. So all the setbacks are to 8th Street. I guess this is for Mr. Rissy, both of you. All the setbacks are to 8th Street, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct, and Ms. Reese can certainly jump in and correct me. But yeah, the issue as it stands is that this R6 lot is 50 feet wide, as opposed to, I guess, what is generally 60 feet wide, and it's the corner. So the existing structure already exceeds the setback of 25 feet with that. It's sort of a sunroom addition that was, I think, actually granted some 30 years ago, maybe even longer. And so that structure that you can see there, the glass structure, we want to maintain that. It's actually one of the reasons why we really loved the house from the beginning, but also to extend in the back to allow for, the space needed for our family. So in doing so, we maintain the setback on the interior side the whole way. Like that doesn't shift at all, as you can see in the drawing. And on the street side, it maintains the massing, but follows that path backward. So the furthest piece out is the existing structure in that sunroom.
So, Mr. Ricci, I see some setbacks at 11.3.
The 11.3 is to the eaves of the roof. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Okay, but that I'm trying to identify it in the advertisement. Do you see it, Mr. Ricci?
We actually have 10.8 feet in the advertisement.
Okay, 10.8. So that's that. And then when you have there's also one that at 11.3. Do you see that one?
Yeah, I mean, the structure, I hate to say I would follow what the advertisement says because the advertisement is, 6 inches greater than what is shown here. And Mr. Ricci is right. This has gone through a number of remeasurements to ensure that every structural element and roof line are measured and accounted for.
So if you don't get relief on that 11.3, I think you're going to have a problem.
Madam Chair, it's advertised as 10.8.
At 10.8. Okay, that's where. So that's at 10.8. Thank you.
It was advertised with a 1 foot eave, and they have less than that.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Melnick, did you want to make a motion?
Sure. Okay, so in case V 1162721 UP1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated, and with, let's see, and with a fourth condition, including the 3-year provision that we've discussed.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? All right, I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthur?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit passes on a vote of 5-0. Well, you learned some stuff, didn't you?
It's been a process, but yes, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for supporting our project, and thanks to our neighbors too. Have a good evening.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Ricci, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11628-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Jennifer McDowell and Mary Stevens, the owners, to maintain a left side setback of 6.3 feet to the wall instead of 8 feet to the wall from the side property line, and to maintain an aggregate side setback of 19.2 feet instead of 24 feet as required in the R10 zoning district, regarding modification to the side setback on approved building plans currently under construction on an existing one-family dwelling in the R10 zoning district on the premise known as 2330 South Mead Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions, and I would like to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
And that supplemental material looks like 2 additional signatures of support for the project.
Correct.
So, Mr. Ricci, how did this come about?
So this is a case where a resident sought a building permit, and I believe they received an initial rejection from zoning saying that the addition didn't meet the required aggregate setback for the property, and that they were too close to one side for where they were proposing their structure. So they made a modification to on the building permit to show the removal of 18 inches from the existing left side of the structure so that the proposed rear addition would meet the aggregate setback for the lot. They received approval by right, and they are now asking for approval to not have to remove the leftmost 18 inches of the existing property. If I'm missing anything, I see the applicant nodding along. You can certainly ask her more detailed questions.
Mr. Rissy, I mean, I don't understand how the building permit can be modified without additional zoning review.
It will receive additional zoning review. This would come in as an active revision to the existing building permit, and it will be reviewed by zoning to be in conformity with whatever the BZA approves tonight. Just for reference, this is similar to the situation we had a few months ago with that driveway that was a variance request. They obtained a building permit saying they had to remove a lot of their driveway, and they then sought, after the fact, a BZA approval to not have to remove the driveway. This is a very similar situation, except it's not coverage, so it's not a variance. This is a use permit, but they're asking to not remove 18 inches from the left side of their building.
But wouldn't it have been better for them to get approval before they built it?
I mean, I don't know that I can say which is better, but
I mean, tearing it down as an option is not a good option.
I leave those decisions to the property owner.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? All right. Can we hear, are you Miss Stevens?
No, ma'am, I'm Miss McDonough. I'm Jen McDonough.
50.
Close. Good evening, Madam Chair, and to the members of the board, county staff, and the residents of Arlington on the line tonight. As I mentioned, I'm Jen McDonough, one of the owners of 2330 South Mead. I am joined by David Gordon of Nova Renovation Group, who is currently doing the addition on our home. I do want to talk briefly about your last comment. So we wouldn't have to tear down the addition if this isn't approved. If this isn't approved, we'd have to remove 18 inches from the left side of our house, which was there based on a BZA approval from 1960. So when you look at the overall property, and I think the best place to look at that is on page 9 of your file, you can see that the distance from our neighbors to the left and to the right don't change at all. So if you, I don't know, Mr. Rizzi, if you have that in your pictures there of the plat at all. But if you look at it, the distance doesn't shift. We actually took in, with the help of our architect, we moved in our addition to make sure that we accounted for the setback. What we couldn't do is change what we already had. We already had non-conforming on both sides of our property, and that started from that time that the house was built, and then in 1960, whenever the owners at the time extended the left side. So what we're asking for is approval to not have to tear down those 18 inches. One way or the other, we were going to go forward with the addition. So we wanted to get that moving. So that kind of answers your question. We were going in that direction anyway. We made provisions to say, okay, if we have to do this, the only thing we can do is take away 18 inches on the other side. We would ask, based on answering all of the 4 questions required for this, that you do consider approving this in line with the county's recommendation, because although it certainly doesn't create hardship with it there, but taking it down would. We have a shared pergola with our neighbors who also provided a letter of support. Tearing that up would tear up the flagstone, and we're talking about 18 inches. And once again, the distance from our neighbors have not changed one bit through this addition. So I would ask you to please consider our proposal.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. And thank you for the additional letters of support from your backyard neighbors. Any questions for the applicant? Just this has nothing to do with the applicant, but I noticed the application, the applicant's name is actually blank. Is that something we're working out in the application process?
It has to do with the way the applicants fill out the contact information actually when they fill out the application. I don't know that we can remedy it. In this case, it was the case that the property owner was the applicant, so they were able to leave that contact field blank. But you'll see it a couple times.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant or staff? Ms. Freshman?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11628-21-UP1 subject to conditions listed.
With the addition, do we need the 3-year approval on this? This is
Well,
after.
given that we're not requiring them to tear down part of their house, I didn't think it was appropriate.
I agree. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Clark. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit passes on a motion of 5-0. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Mr. Rissy, next item.
Next item is case number V-11629-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Tom Flash on behalf of John and Heather Horner. The owners permit a left side setback of 10 feet to the wall from the property line instead of 12 feet as required, and to permit an aggregate side yard setback of 22 feet instead of 24 feet as required in the R10 zoning district regarding rear one-story addition and deck with proposed enclosure of existing carport on a one-family dwelling located in the R10 zoning district on the premise known as 1510 23rd Street South. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? All right, are you Mr. Flash?
Yes, I am. Hi. I'm the architect representing the owners.
Okay. Good evening.
Hi. So this is basically, they would like to enclose that carport to create a garage as part of a larger project, give them added security and ability to enter right into the home from that level. So it's maintaining the existing roof, just enclosing the 2 walls and putting a garage door on it.
Okay. Do you have any information about outreach to some of your neighbors on this?
I do. I spoke to the owners, and they do have support of the house that's closest to the carport and the 2 across the street that will be looking at it. The other neighbor on the other side is in Saudi Arabia and is not reachable, and did not reach out to the neighbor behind. But you can see they really have they will not be impacted by the enclosure and encroachment.
Okay.
Other speakers?
I don't believe we have any speakers.
I'd make a motion.
Ms. Freshman?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11629-21-UP1, subject to the condition in the staff report and with a 3-year time limit.
I second.
Was that Ms. Arthur?
Yes.
Any discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The use permit is granted on a 5-0 vote. Thank you
Great,
for your appearance.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good night.
Good night. Mr. Rissy? You are muted.
It's going to happen eventually. Next item is case number V-11630-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by John England and Elizabeth Donahue, owners to permit a street setback of 15 feet to the porch, 14 feet to the porch eve instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eve as required, regarding a front porch addition on an existing one-family dwelling in the R8 zoning district on the premise known as 1210 North Frederick Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? All right, let's hear from the applicants. Mr. England, Ms. Donahue?
Hi, thanks for hearing our request. We moved in a year ago and we'd like to build a front porch. This was our opportunity to meet our neighbors, so we walked around and requested feedback, and we heard from everyone except for our 2 rear neighbors. One lady who answered the door said that the owner of the home lived in Tennessee and did not give us a forwarding address. And the other rear neighbor, we left it with their son and then never heard back. But all the rest of the neighbors, the other 3 folks, both the owners and the tenants immediately next to us, and then the 2 that, the one on Washington Boulevard that's against the back of our house, and our direct next door neighbor all said that they agreed with our request for a front porch.
Okay. And you got a letter from Parks.
Yep, Parks and Rec is our across the street neighbor.
That was outstanding achievement.
Yes. Thank you
That
to
was
Mr.
outstanding.
Havala for
You might get a prize for that. Any questions for the applicants? There are no speakers, Mr. Rissy.
No, Madam Chair. No one signed up in advance.
All right. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair? No, I'll yield to Portia.
Okay.
Ms. Clark.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals of Arlington approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11630-21-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed with the 3-year time limit.
Second. Seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? I do want to speak, before we vote, I do want to speak to this. I mean, I support this. I think a porch is appropriate. I think staff really wanted to help you out on getting this porch by considering that 2 fences on your street were sufficient cause for you to get a porch. I really would not agree with that argument. I could certainly agree with the argument that your street is pretty eclectic but you also do have porches further in your neighborhood that certainly, indicate that this is not out of place. But your neighbors having fences, I don't think is a justification for getting a porch, for compatibility to a porch. But that just shows that staff really was trying to make you get your porch. So I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye, sorry.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit is adopted on a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your new neighborhood.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rissy, next case.
Next case is case number V-11631-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Allie Brine on behalf of Kevin and Richard Ellis, the owners, to permit a street setback of 12.1 feet to the building wall, 12.2 feet to the porch, 11.1 feet to the building and porch eaves from 13th Street North instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the porch and building eave, and 19.5 feet to the porch eave as required, regarding new single-family dwelling on a corner lot in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 1244 North Utah Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting use permit request with conditions. I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed, and we do have additional speakers signed up to speak on this item.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? I had is there a request for a rear setback?
I believe all of the requests for setback relief are against the street and not from the rear.
So what would be the rear setback requirement?
10 feet to the wall of the structure, with certain structures allowed further encroachments from that.
Okay, so those are all within the 10 feet. Okay. All right. No questions for staff. Let's hear from the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank the BZA for their time tonight. I grew up in the neighborhood where the property is located. My mom actually lives in the house directly behind the property we're discussing. My wife and I are looking to build a new home on the property to live in so we can be closer to my mom and help her out because she's turning 80 this year. I will also be having Michael Schnitzer speak on my behalf tonight.
Does that conclude your remarks?
For mine, yeah, Michael will be taking over.
Okay. Oh, he's coming on. I see him.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name's Michael Schnitzer. I'm an engineer, former chief operating officer of Stanley Martin Companies, and president of Stanley Martin Custom Homes with over 30 years of experience developing large communities and probably built 100,000 houses. Just give me a little background. So high level, we are conforming with all the zoning regulations except for the setback from 13th Street, where we're requesting 12.1 feet. I think it's important to note that that 12.1 foot setback conforms with many homes along 13th Street. And it's also important that we're not asking for any other special use permits vis-a-vis building coverage, lot coverage, setbacks from interior property lines. I think it's important to note that there was a variance approved for the house across the street from our proposed dwelling at 1249 North Utah. You'll see in your packet, I think that is on page 47 of the PDF, where I believe the main home was, the variance was granted for an 11-foot or 11 feet setback from 13. You'll also see in your packet that that property also has an enclosed structure that I believe is nominally 3.8 feet from 13th Street property line. So just an important fact. We did reach out to the neighborhood. We have 7 letters in support. You'll be hearing from a neighbor who's in opposition, who is the adjacent neighbor as you're viewing the house from Utah Street. Again, I'd like to say that we're not requesting any other exception except for the distance to the 13th Street property line. I'd like to also say that the size of the home, or what may be called the vertical massing of the home, along the left elevation, as viewed from the neighbor, would not change whether there was or wasn't a special use permit. Or said differently, by right, we can build that massing as viewed from the neighbor without any special use permit. So just a point. The proposed home, as we measured it from the GIS system, is nominally 100% further from 13th Street. The proposed home will be 12.1, whereas the existing home is 6.7 feet. I believe that the proposed home, because it's further from the street, especially as you're coming up 13th, improves the sight line of the intersection. I've had to comply with sight lines in many other jurisdictions, so I'm very familiar with it. I think also worth noting, and not included in our charts along 13th Street, but I would say is an important part of the 13th Street streetscape, are 2 other facts. One is 1302 North Stafford. The garage measures nominally 0.47 feet from 13th Street property line, while the home measures nominally 8.87 feet from the 13th Street property line. And the second home to bring up would be 1245 North Vernon, where that garage is 13.65 measured from 13th Street property line, and the home is measured 5.34 feet. The last thing I would make a comment is with regard to Utah Street is we measured using the GIS system, and the average of the homes along Utah Street is nominally 33.7 feet, and whereas our proposed home is 28 feet, 28.67 feet. So with that, I'm happy to take questions and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Schnitzer. We have supplemental material, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. We have at least 2 more letters of opposition. I haven't gotten through it yet.
You know, the other thing that I'll note is all of our lot coverage and building coverage calculations are done via CAD, so they're computer generated. I've built many homes in Arlington. The lot coverage and the footprint includes not only the stone as it touches the foundation, but also calculates, as you all are well aware of, as the siding veneer, which is unusual in other jurisdictions, but is required in Arlington. So our calculations are exact. We double checked our measurements several times before we submitted, and we're confident our numbers are accurate.
Do you have any information about outreach to 1249 North Utah, the house directly in front, across the street?
Across the street on North Utah?
Yeah.
So my office would have handled that, but I know we littered the neighborhood with letters. Perhaps Kevin could speak to that.
Also, the property caddy corner, which would be 1301 13th Street.
Kevin,
You mailed some out, but didn't hear anything back. I don't know. I didn't send them with a delivery receipt though.
You don't knock on the doors?
No, I didn't knock on the doors. Sorry.
Well, with COVID, we're very, at least from a company perspective, most of us are working remotely. We don't let people even go into houses that are under construction except for the homeowners. So it would be somewhat negligent on our part to go walking up to people's houses and knocking on their doors in this environment.
If you've been following our hearings so far, many of our cases, they were able to either get a petition signed or get a letter signed. Most of our hearings, most of our cases tonight had letters of support or a petition from all neighborhoods or all neighbors surrounding the house. Right. This one right across the street obviously is very affected, and we certainly would like to know what their thoughts are.
And that house was granted a variance. That's the house, the subject house, where there was an 11-foot variance to the house. And if you look at the enclosed structure, I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I think it was 5.3 feet to the street. Hold on one sec.
Let's see. Is that one of the
3.8 feet to the 13th Street property line?
Is that one of the ones that staff used?
That's 1249 North Utah. Across.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if staff evaluated that site in there.
Yes.
That's in there.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
And we do have, again, 7 letters in support, even in this COVID climate.
Right. Yeah, some of your letters of support are around back, but that's fine. I just.
But we certainly know that neighborhood outreach is important, and we don't diminish that that fact.
Okay. There's we received a message, a letter, an email from Thomas Vilms. Are you familiar with him?
No.
Okay. All right. Ms. Freshman.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of ask a question, more make an observation. I mean, typically, when an application comes to us with a tear down and a build new, I'm inclined to be unsympathetic, because when you're starting with a blank slate, and in this case, I mean, sometimes it's in a substandard lot. This one does not appear to be substandard or of an unusual shape. So I'm just curious, as I think you can appreciate that some of the neighbors are concerned because of the sheer size of the house, and I understand that. And I also understand that you have illustrations of the house across the street and others where exceptions may have been made that were even more unusual than yours. But can you just speak to why, when you're starting with a blank slate on a conforming lot, you can't manage to build by right, and that you have to you are making a choice to design a home which requires an exception?
Sure, absolutely. So if so I've gone through numerous special use permits over the last 15 or 20 years. And even with conforming lots, I'm not saying that this would be valid, but I'm just saying I've gone through a plethora of these with conforming lots on corner lots that are 50 feet and have been granted special use permits. I'd also say if you take the setbacks and you deduct for the veneer, right? So by right, theoretically, you could build a 17-foot wide house. Obviously, you can't, because you have to take into account veneer and whatnot. So it would be nominally 16 feet. I think from maybe building 50,000 townhouses, a nominal townhouse that meets industry standards would be 20 feet wide. So here we're talking about a single family house that doesn't even meet the I'll call it the industry standard for a townhouse width. I'm just giving you facts. I'm not suggesting one way or the other.
How wide is your house?
It's 28.67 feet and is less wide than the majority of houses along Utah Street. That's in the packet. We provided a table with a chart, backup information. I can find the page in the PDF.
So I don't think you entirely answered Ms. Freshman's question. You mentioned that 20 feet is a standard.
A standard townhouse dimension, correct.
Okay.
So if you, let me see if this is the chart, setbacks on 13, so I'm looking for Utah. So if you go to page 49 of the PDF, we measured using the GIS system the widths on Utah, so you'll see that chart. And just for argument's sake, we've put the average lot widths. So, but for the corner lot, I mean, certainly we're in conformance with the majority of houses on Utah Street. And certainly we're further from 13th Street than many other houses.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant right now? We'll probably be circling back after we hear from speakers. Mr. Rissy, do you have a speakers list? Ms. Clark?
Yes. Was there any testing done to validate that there were asbestos or not in the house?
So, great question. When we demolish a home, OSHA requires us to do asbestos testing. So we'll check for both friable and non-friable. As you know, all non-friable has to be abated at a certain percentage. Non-friable does not. We do that for every home that we build or tear down in North Arlington. But that will be done. And certainly with the flash foaming that we do, I remember there was another comment, the new home will certainly, based on the HERS score, our average HERS score, which is the home energy rating score, last year we averaged 56 on the HERS scale. So by doing nothing, that's just an average. So certainly the new home will be much more energy conscious, if you will, than the existing structure without doing anything, any unusual construction techniques.
Mr. Rissy, do you have a speakers list? Oh, I see it down here. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's on the screen.
Yeah.
We have two additional speakers signed up.
So right now we have two, and you see we have more? Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Thorpe, Mr. John Thorpe.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Thorpe. My wife Karen and I, both licensed architects, own 1240 North Utah Street, where we've lived 28 years adjacent to the subject property. We oppose the requested use permit for the reasons already expressed in my written comments. The applicant's proposed structure is just too big for its lot. Its inattention to scale, detail, site, and context disrespects our neighborhood. With over 6,000 square feet of interior area, the proposed 75-foot long, 22 to 42-foot tall building covers 2,032 square feet, while just under 1,400 square feet is the maximum footprint area defined by ordinance setbacks. What's more, the applicant asks that the full length of the proposed building be allowed to encroach far into the setback required along 13th Street, while still availing themselves of the shallow 10-foot setback normally allowed at the rear of their corner lot. That is, they seek the advantages of a corner lot and an interior lot at the same time. The first slide I prepared for your viewing indicates the masses of neighboring houses, a factor which the staff report citations ignore. Note that the houses around the subject property are a mix of small and medium-sized structures representative of the neighborhood. Most exhibit a balanced relationship to their site and offer suitable yards, a desirable extent of open space, and long views through the neighborhood. The second slide depicts the 17 by 82 foot area that one may build upon by right on the applicant's lot. And the third slide illustrates how the proposed 29 by 80 foot house and porch dominates the corner of 13th and Utah and overwhelms its site, proportionally more so than nearly all the other houses in the neighborhood. We do not necessarily oppose any incursion into the 13th Street setback for this property. We just oppose it to build this house. We would support a use permit allowing a house wider than 17 feet if its footprint remained in the 1,400 square foot range. And I'd like to add just one last thing is regarding 1249 and the talk of the variance for that property. That variance was issued in 1989, but I don't believe the house was ever built based on that variance. The house that's there right now is the 1936 house that was originally built. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. I've lost the speakers list. Who is next up? Is Miss Freshley with us?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Freshley. I live at 1233 North Utah Street, and I'm opposed to this. And like Mr. Thorpe, I'm not opposed to any house on this property. I'm opposed to the massing, especially the vertical and the length of this house. It's not a two-story house. It's a three-story house with a full basement. It has a garage and above the garage, an accessory unit. So it's, 75 feet long, 42 feet wide, high at the ridge line, and 29 feet wide. And we feel that it really you have a smaller rear yard, and you're asking for a massive setback, which will set a precedent for the rest of 13th Street. All of the houses that along 13th Street that were mentioned in Mr. Ellis's application that have smaller setbacks, like his mother's home next door, were built probably in the 1930s, most of them in the 30s. Most of them are 1 story or 1.5 stories, like the property home on his property. So if you imagine what it's going to look like to have all of those homes eventually having a house with the massing that Mr. Ellis is proposing for his lot, it would not be compatible with the neighborhood, and nor would it preserve the affordable, low and mixed income housing that we have on that property, and it would not protect the tree canopy. Mr. Ellis has a magnificent oak tree at the corner of his house. It has not been cared for by Mr. Ellis over the years, but it could be saved if they were protective of it. They're recommending that they tear it down. He has alternatives. He could make a much smaller house. It could be 24 feet wide. Does he need the accessory unit? It's like he's trying to maximize and get the most out of it. But this is a family of 4, possibly 5, if his mother moves in. But I feel that the precedent that is being established is a precedent that will be detrimental to our neighborhood. And 3 of the letters of support are Mr. Ellis's family. So they all have, you know, a vested interest. And so thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Freshley. Are there other folks here tonight that wish to speak on this that did not sign up?
I would. My name is Thomas Vilms. Actually, my wife had to leave. She would have wanted to speak. She's told me that she signed me up. I didn't see myself on the list. I did submit a letter, though. I would appreciate it.
Wait, Mr. Vilms, what is your address?
I'm at 1232 North Utah.
1232, okay. Do you want to speak on it?
I would like to, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So actually, some of the things I prepared to say were really already stated by Mr. Thorpe and Ms. Freshley. Yeah, my main observation about the plan here is that this the application was disingenuous, really. It states things like the house would provide more character in the neighborhood, that it would be much more in, and the word much more in conformance was specifically placed in there with all the other homes in the neighborhood. And the application also says there are no historical features relating to the existing house or lot. And, you know, that's disingenuous. The house, as just we heard, is going to be massive. This is one of the smallest lots, corner lots in the neighborhood. This house would go to every single setback line and probably even over. On some of the diagrams, you can see that there are multiple window wells and stairways out of the basement that are just 5 feet from a lot line. On the other side, it's only 10 feet. Over by the street, it's, you know, out as far as it can go. They're getting a setback, you know, cut in half from 13th Street. I mean, they are filling this lot to the brim, and they're shooting up 3 stories. I mean, this will be the tallest structure on the block on one of the smallest lots. And moreover, there's this beautiful oak tree, one of the last remaining large trees in our neighborhood, that's going to be cut down just to make room for this huge house. I've lived in the neighborhood now for 3 years, and I've seen at least a dozen of these large oak trees be taken down since my time living here. We live right by I-66, and we're losing this tree canopy, and we're being subjected to more of the pollution and the noise from the highway as a result. I think that the owners should really think about a smaller structure, truly become in conformance with others in the neighborhood, and just learn to bring some harmony into the neighborhood with the new structure. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vilms. I see some other hands. Are there, is there, I saw a Mr. Duncan, I thought, but that is gone now. Let's see. I see another hand up, but Lewis, Damon Lewis, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Are you asking to speak?
Yes, I am. That's
okay. Go ahead.
So I don't have any prepared remarks.
What is your address?
Oh, so Damon Lewis at 1226 North Utah Street. In the picture on the screen, you can barely see my house. It's beyond the white car on the left. I've lived in this neighborhood for just over 2 years. My house up until recently was the newest new build on this block, and it is 5,100 square feet. 3,300 of it is above grade. So it's a smaller house than the house that is being proposed on the corner of 13th and Utah, which I understand is the same 5,850 square foot lot, except that it's on the corner. Now, if you keep the screen on this page, I want to talk about my 2 kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. They love to scoot up that sidewalk from the upper left corner of the screen down towards the property, down 13th Street. So keep going and then make the left, go to the west. To the west. That's east. Yeah, in that direction. Keep going. And when you reach the next intersection at 13th Street and Vermont, You can't see it on this screen, but that's a playground. It's a small playground filled with kids that are usually 6 and under. And so my kids scooting down the sidewalk have to make that turn onto 13th Street. Right now, the only impediment to that view is that large tree. The thing that really scares me is building a large visual obstruction that would prevent you from being able to see what's going on 13th Street when you're on Utah Street. But much worse, Utah Street is one of the few streets in the area that crosses 66. And so you have a lot more traffic going up and down 13th Street, I'm sorry, Utah Street, than on the neighboring streets because they're trying to get around Glebe. People don't always go the speed limit. Kids aren't always careful. Drivers aren't always careful. This is a neighborhood that has small children at a playground, and we're building a large structure that would block views. So that is something that's very concerning to me. And I would hope that the board would take that into consideration when they decide whether or not to approve this house. The second thing, and I realize I'm running out of time, my house is a new build. It's just over 2 years old. And when we moved in, we had a 1-car garage because that's all the lot would support. And I asked the county if they would support allowing a 110 square foot parking pad so I could park my second car on the driveway instead of on the street. Well, I understand from the builder that that was disallowed. That's 110 square feet. My understanding is that the structure that's being considered today is many thousand square feet into I'm drawing a blank on the exact terms here, but into the border area, the setback area.
Setback.
Thank you. I have to wonder about the fairness of such a decision when 110 square feet is too much, but 1,000 square feet is okay. And for those reasons, I'm currently standing in opposition to this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I see a hand raised. Karen Elliott?
My mic's on.
I hear you.
Okay, good. I'm John Thorpe's wife and live next door. And I spoke with Christine DeMariano about the red oak on the corner. And she's an urban forester for tree preservation in Arlington County. And part of the tree is on Arlington County land. And she said, oh, that will pass my desk and I'll have a say in this, which is fantastic. I was so glad she called me and worked with me. But I spoke with the previous owner, who's the present owner's father, and they never took care of that tree because they kept saying, it's on Arlington County property. We won't take care of it. And now it's okay because it's on their property. I'm like, which is it? And I don't have a straight answer yet, but it's a beautiful red oak with a healthy canopy. I'm not an arborist, but we really treasure our big trees in the area as they go down one by one. And I just wanted to put that in because, it's a really nice place. I see runners stop and rest in the shade. I see other things, and I know that doesn't hold water all the time, depending on, county rules, but it is, Miss DeMariano did tell me this partially on Arlington County property. So I would like to have an answer to that. Is it, whose tree is it? At some point, I would like a personal answer about that. So thank you. That's
all right.
To say.
We'll try to clarify that. We'll try to clarify that. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I think that concludes public comment. All right. Where do you want to? Where shall we start? Mr. Rissy, let's start with you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So right now I don't see anybody.
I'm here.
Yeah, can you, let's see how to, minimize this. Mr. Rissy, what is your understanding of the location of the tree?
My understanding is that it is on the residence property. They've submitted a tree plan with their application material that shows that it is on their property. I did quickly reach out to someone in urban forestry, and they thought, I mean, that, you know, at least according to the information that we've been provided, that it shows that it is on their property and not in the county right of way.
Yeah, I'm looking at that tree preservation plan. According to that, it looks like it's within the property line.
If you match it up to the plat, it definitely looks like it's on the property, inside their property.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I will say there is. I had another question for Mr. Rissy. Mr. Rissy, in the staff report regarding the footprint of the main dwelling, there are 3 addresses given as comparable or as examples of similarly sized main building footprints. One at 1228 Vermont, one at 1306 North Stafford, and one at 1307 North Utah. Do you know if those were built by right?
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to ask if Blake Bowen can answer that question, as he is the staff person who wrote this report.
Right.
Blake, if you can hear us, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I believe the previous houses that are referenced in the report are built by right. They're generally within the building footprint allowances that could be constructed by right.
Okay, so those were built by right, not with any special exceptions or relief. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is considerable opposition to this. And there's letters of support. I mean, there's both.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
If I may, so I'm inclined to support this, and I understand when there's a new house in a neighborhood, you know, and it's larger, you know, a large house, you know, that can be something that the neighbors just don't want, you know, for the sake of it being something new and different. But we are looking at the setbacks, and according to what the staff report says, this is, you know, well in line. This setback that's being desired from 13th Street, it's, you know, well in line, you know, with what we're seeing as far as compatibility, because we aren't looking at height, you know, we're looking at setbacks. And of course, the 25-foot setback would be completely unrealistic. And I think this is within the realm of reason for new construction, the width of this house. And I think we do have to look at, you know, what is reasonable in the industry for houses, new houses, you know, in this area. And I think this is probably on the narrow side, as we heard, but I'm inclined to support it just because I think the setback is comparable and it just sounds like a commercially reasonable structure.
All right. You know, we do take into consideration compatibility, regardless of whether or not it meets the, you know, whether the setback is comparable. We have definitely in the past looked at the whole package to see if the whole package is compatible with the neighborhood and not just the setback. But I take your point. So I'll just continue. So driving through the neighborhood, it clearly is harder to tell what is the neighborhood character, because there are quite a few new homes that have been built, not just on Utah Street, but on the next street over if you drive around. So it is a changing neighborhood, and that makes it a little bit more difficult to evaluate. But North Vermont Street also has new construction, and I think there's even new construction that's not on this tax map that we look at for just general building footprint size. So it is clearly is a neighborhood in transition, and so talking about what is neighborhood character is a little harder. I don't know who I think, Mr. Lewis, I see your hand is up, but I think that was just left over.
No, I did have another point, but I don't know if it's parliamentarily allowed.
No, it's really not. We're done with that part of it.
Even if it's in response to something Mr. Melnick said?
Yeah, we don't debate.
Okay, thank you.
We don't debate. Thank you. We don't debate except among ourselves, I should say. So, question for the applicant. What is your intention with respect to the tree? What do you think is going to happen to that oak tree on the corner?
Yeah, I think it's so this is Michael Schnitzer. So if you look at Ed Millis's report, who's a certified arborist, he talks about the tree potentially being in decline. I think it was called elephant's foot or whatever. But he also says danger that the branches are falling. So, he does a lot of reports for us, and he's by the book. And so if he's saying that there are large limbs in danger of falling, that is not a good sign for the health of the tree. The other thing, regardless of the special use or not, the critical root zone of that tree is not growing in the street. It's growing in the yard because the street and or the sidewalk is restricting the growth. So whatever home is built on the site, the critical root zone will impact that tree and the tree will not survive.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? So once again, I only see Mr. Melnick and Mr. Rissy. So there we go. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll move in case V11632121UP1 that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated, including the 3-year condition.
Is there a second? I'm hearing no second, so I think there's some doubt right now as to what we want to do here. So I'm going to, the motion fails for lack of second, and maybe we can figure out what the doubt is and figure out a game plan. You know, I'm sensing that the concern is overall massing. But I'm not sure. Ms. Freshman?
Well, I've already made my speech, but my concern, I understand that quite a massive structure can replace this house by right, and that probably cannot be avoided unless the applicant finds that completely unacceptable. But I think that I would prefer to deny this application and see where the applicant takes it.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Ms. Clark?
Yes, I was going to say I am concerned with the overall massing, but I was just wondering if there were some alternatives that could be presented that wouldn't be so massive and might be more in alignment with what the opponents that have expressed would accept. And also, I was going to ask if there was options, I guess, for replacing the tree or what had been considered in line with that, knowing that it's going to die if construction occurs.
Good point. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer that, or I'm sorry?
My sense is that there is concern about the overall massing, and obviously the greater setback contributes to the greater massing. Certainly, if you had an alternative here, that might help us move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only nuance of this whole thing is if you look at the massing, so I don't know where to take this, because like if you look at 1300, now I'm not sure if that's 13th Street, but look at the massing of that corner house. So if we're trying to conform, and you look at some of these other setbacks, I just don't know, you know, do we come in 5 feet, 10 feet? I mean, I'm being somewhat facetious, but if there's already precedent, and there's also a house, a new construction, I don't know, maybe it's 1247 that had a special use permit. So I don't know what the massing is there. But that's where I start struggling. I mean, if you look at the streetscape, for instance, 1300 or 1302, I'm just trying to figure out how are we not in conformance, so I know how to proceed, because I look at those houses and they're 2.5 stories.
So 1300, you know, I can only look at the tax map because I don't have plats here, but it appears that 1300 is set further back from 13th Street than even your existing house.
If you look on PDF sheet 58, that's a good representation. So it's 1300 North Storage Street. So I apologize, it wasn't 13th, but it faces 13th. It's the garage is on Storage. But I mean, clearly that house is very close to 13th and has similar massing.
Yeah, the issue is, you know, if you can build it by right, you certainly can build it by right. And the massing is what is, you know, what is allowed. the fact that this is a narrow lot makes it more challenging.
Right. But I look at 1300 North Stewart, it's a newer house. That had to have had a special use. There's no way that house could be built along 13.
Are you talking about 1300?
I'm looking at page 58 of the PDF.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the tax map. If you just give me the address, 1300 North Utah?
North Stewart, I believe.
North Stewart is, so that's like 2 blocks away.
Literally on 13th Street, and it creates the streetscape along 13th Street.
Yeah, that's past our, that's past Taylor and then Stewart, yeah.
You're saying that's too far away to
Well,
be
I'm
used
just,
for
no,
compatibility?
it's, what I'm saying is it's not on the map I'm looking at. That's all. I'm not
Okay.
making a judgment as if it's too far away for compatibility. I think we're having trouble making that compatibility case for you here.
So I just need some direction, because I'm looking at sheet 43 of 64 of the PDF, which is 1, 2, 3, which is 4 blocks along 13th Street, which theoretically constitutes the, like a streetscape. And 1302, we just look at the GIS addresses that are assigned, 1302 and 1300.
Is it possible for me to make a comment? This is Freshly.
The discussion's really among the board right now. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So what I'd like to ask the applicant, so you've heard from the members about massing. And so, and we've seen your design, and, of course I made the motion for it, but what would you say about the complaints of massing? Like, is there something that can be done to make it less massing? Or is this, the minimum? Could you do something by right? And what are the alternatives, say by right or less massing? What are your thoughts about that?
I guess I would just need some direction from the BZA as to, hey, we're only going to approve by right, or, go another 5 feet or whatever. Just because when I look at the streetscape, it looks compatible, but I understand if everybody is concerned about massing, then we need to take that into account.
Okay, Mr. Schnitzer, so obviously we are responding to concerns from your neighbors. And we can't prejudge what this board would vote on in terms of what setbacks we would consider. What would be helpful is if there could be some discussion within the neighborhood among the neighbors to see if there isn't a solution that you all could get behind. Understanding from both sides that obviously there's a mixed opinion on this board as to whether to proceed. So in other words, if the neighbors are dead set against any changes then they might not prevail. If the builder is dead set against any changes, he might not prevail. So it's typical that we would, as a first course of action, see if there couldn't be some agreement among the neighbors as to what might be acceptable.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick?
So I think it's important to also note that the neighbors don't have a veto power.
Absolutely.
We've explained that before, that we're here just to consider all the evidence, you know, and the standards and the criteria. But that's, you know, I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, that's an excellent point. As I say, we don't know at this point, I don't know at this point, how this board would rule if we come back with no changes, or we come back with neighbors, you know, with a plan that the neighbors, you know, can't approve, that has no changes in it. So I know that's a tall order, but a deferral is certainly an option to consult and see if you can't come up with something with the neighbors.
Yeah, I'll let, as the property owner, I'm going to let Kevin speak.
Well, I didn't recognize you yet. I got Miss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Let me ask Miss Freshman. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, yeah. I guess listening to all of the conversation, while I agree that neighbors don't have veto power, neighbors are still persuasive. And I'd be inclined, you know, if I had to, I would just vote no right now. But I would be inclined to support a 2-month deferral, where I would expect there to be, you know, a neighborhood conversation with the applicant and their agents, including drawings that would show what alternatives might be considered, and particularly to show what could be built by right. Because it might be that if the neighbors understand that their choices are between bad and worse, you know, that might at least provide some, they would know that they had been heard and considered, and we would know that they had been heard and considered, even if the outcome is less than satisfactory for most of us.
Okay, the applicant, would you like to react to this?
Yeah, so the built by right would be an extremely narrow house for the neighborhood, and it would look, that definitely would not fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. From just like Mr. Schnitzer pointed out, most of the houses are actually wider than what we're asking to be built as. Built by right would be narrower than a normal townhouse, but you know, the width we're looking for is actually smaller than what the neighborhood has as an average. And the mass, I'm not sure, because other than the fact that it's a corner lot, all the size, the height, the width, the length, all of that fits within what would be allowed for the size of this square footage for the lot, for the 5,000, whatever it is, 5,800 square foot, whatever it is. So it's not that we're asking for any other building, you know.
Mr. Ellis, I don't know if your comment means that you are not open to negotiating or discussing this any further with the neighbors.
I'd have to discuss with my wife on that one. But as right now, like we would prefer definitely not to have it any narrower, because any narrower you go, it's going to be narrower than what an average house would be.
So tonight we need to decide whether we're going to defer this or whether we're going to rule on it. So if you don't feel that there's any point to talking to the neighbors, then we'll just proceed on that basis.
We can go ahead and rule on it tonight.
All right. Is there a motion? Ms. Freshman.
If I heard correctly that the applicant wanted a ruling, is that correct?
I believe that the applicant has asked for a ruling this evening.
Okay. On the matter of use permit B-11631-21-UP1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals deny the application.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Ms. Arthur seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
No.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthur?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to deny the use permit passes on a vote of 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and testimony. Mr. Ricci, next, what time? Oh, it's 10:30. All right, we were going to take a little where we are in our agenda. I see that we have 1, 2, 4 remaining cases.
I'd say we blitz through.
We blitz. All right. Are we willing to go for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Are we in agreement? Yeah. Long night, I know. I think some of these I think we can get through. There may be one that we get hung up on. Will you call the next item, Mr. Ricci?
Next item is case number V-11632-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Sheila Collin Fay, the owner, to permit a street setback of 12.3 feet to the wall and eve instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eve as required from 24th Street North, regarding a second-story addition over an existing front porch on an existing one-family dwelling in the R10 zoning district on the premise known as 2917 24th Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Ricci. Any questions for staff? I see we have an enthusiastic applicant here.
I'm up for blitzing. I'm totally up for blitzing. Excuse me. Go ahead, staff.
Are you Miss Fahey?
I am. Sheila Condon
right.
Fahey. Thanks so much, folks, for, and this is a long night. I had no idea do you normally go this late? Wow.
Unfortunately.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'll be quiet so Mr. Ricci can do his thing.
Well, Mr. Ricci, I think he's done. I think it's your turn.
Oh, good. Excellent. I can give you a very brief little recap and answer any questions you might have. I had a leak in the roof above my vestibule. And when the contractors took down all of the drywall and took out the insulation, we found that there was a hole in the plywood underneath the metal roof. So we've got to fix it. And I'm like, okay, well, fixing is going to cost so much, but I could recapture that little bit of space between the two gables, yep, where it's pointing right now, and get a little bit more work from home space. And then raise the knee walls on the gable on the right. So that's my proposal, is to not get any closer to the road than the gable is now, which is the setback that we're asking about. And I can answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you for all the neighborhood feedback that you provided.
It's a very nice little 1 block long street, and we've all kind of supported each other. We've been doing things to kind of fine tune our lovely houses that were all built in the 30s. And it's a lovely little street, and I've got a lot of wonderful supportive neighbors, and everybody's given me a thumbs up on this.
I can see why. Ms. Clark.
I didn't see any, Madam Chair, I didn't see any support from 2921, your neighbor on the one side.
29, which house is that?
Yeah, that was, Ms. Clark, that was confusing because I think, is that house owned by Steve Reigard?
Steve owns houses on either side of me. One's a rental. And the other is, yeah, that's Steve's house. And he also owns what used to be Helen's house on the other side of me. And what's Helen's house is rented out, but Steve did write something saying, you know, I've got houses on either side of her and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I had trouble with that too, Ms. Clark, but I figured that was what they meant.
Okay, thanks.
And your backdoor neighbor is who? That's a
It's a school?
School.
It's actually kind of a YMCA gymnastics center, and it's a place. It used to be Woodmont Elementary School, and that's where people vote right here. And it's also for handicapped adults. They do a workshop there as well during the day. I'm not sure it's operating right now under COVID, but normally, so it's a schoolyard and a great basketball court and all the rest of that backs up to me. There's no houses back there.
Got it. All right. There's no other questions. Discussion is with the board.
Motion?
Ms. Freshman?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11632-21-UP2, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution with a 3-year time.
Second, motion by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Clark. Adding a condition number 4 on the 3-year timing. Any further discussion? I'll call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Your use permit is granted. Thanks for staying up late, huh?
Thank you so much for all of your help, folks, and thanks for the work that you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoy your new addition.
Thank you very much. Work from home. A little more elbow room is a good thing. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care.
You too.
Mr. Rissy.
The next item is case number V-11633-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Steve Inch on behalf of Heather Jones and Michael Lee, the owners, to permit a left side setback of 8 feet to the screen porch instead of 10 feet to the porch as required, and to permit an aggregate side setback of 16.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required in the R6 zoning district, regarding a rear addition with new rear side screen porch on an existing one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 30 North Highland Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
All right. Any questions for staff? I'll just note that this is another one of those applications where the applicant is blank. And I see Mr. Inch's name there. Good evening. Who wants to speak on this application?
Good evening. This is Steve Inch. I work for Trivista USA, and on behalf of Heather and Mike, I'll be presenting tonight. As Mr. Risi summed up there, we are building a screened-in porch, which is actually beyond that side of the house that we're looking at. Yeah, there you go. There's a good angle of it. Basically, that footprint of that flagstone patio and then extending back into the backyard a little bit will be this new screened-in porch. We're working with a 50-foot wide lot. So with respect to the 8-foot side setback, we plan to not go any further than that over to that left side yard setback. It's going to be a new screened-in patio that the homeowners are very excited about, having some of that extra space now in this time of pandemic, and hopefully getting out of this time of pandemic, that it's a little bit more outdoor space where mosquitoes won't get to them. And we found that it was pretty in line with homes in the neighborhood, and actually a lot of screened-in porches that we've done in and around Arlington. So we are excited about the support that we have received from the neighbors as well. I believe we got all of the adjacent property owners. So we are excited to get this one rolling. Thank you.
You definitely get a prize for neighborhood outreach.
Thank you.
Good job. Did you do that, or did
No, so we divided and conquered. Heather and Mike, I don't know if they're still on. I would be surprised if they are.
They're still awake.
They, when we realized that this was something that went to Board of Zoning Appeals, we sort of divided and conquered, and Heather and Mike took that bull by the horns and reached out to everyone and got all the support.
Excellent. Thank you. It's much appreciated. It's very helpful for us to know that your neighbors think that this is compatible with your neighborhood. Any further questions for the applicants?
Motion?
Yes, Ms. Freshman?
I move Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11613-21-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution and with a 3-year time limit.
Is there a second?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Was there a second? Miss Arthur, you got a little quiet there.
I've got a sleeping 6-year-old not far from me.
Okay. All right. A motion to approve the use permit made by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Arthur, with additional condition number 3 and condition number 4 for a 3-year expiration. Any further discussion? I'll call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your
Appreciate
ports.
your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11634-21-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Yusuf Mustafa on behalf of Cornerstone Investment Builders, LLC, the owners, for an after-the-fact approval of a left side setback of 8.2 feet to the wall and front porch, 5.8 feet to the eave, 4.8 feet to the areaway, 5 feet to the window well, 4.8 feet to the kitchen units, 6.8 feet to the bay window, instead of 10 feet to the wall and porch, 6 feet to the eave, areaway, and window well, 5 feet to the air conditioning units, and 8.5 feet to the bay window as required. A right side setback of 9.6 feet to the wall and porch, 8.1 feet to the bay window, instead of 10 feet to the wall and porch, 8.5 feet to the bay window as required. An aggregate side yard of 17.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required. A separation of 7.8 feet between the dwelling and the rear detached garage instead of 8 feet as required, and a setback of 0.4 feet to the eave of the detached garage from the right side property line instead of 1 foot to the eave as required. Regarding after-the-fact approval for a new single-family dwelling in the detached garage in the R27 zoning district on the premise known as 3121 24th Street South, staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution, partially approving and partially denying the use permit request with conditions. An alternative proposed resolution has been provided should the BZA see fit to approve the case as advertised. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. I think it's a supplemental material was additional evidence of neighbor support. Mr. Rissy, was this house built by right initially?
It was approved by right, correct.
Approved by right. Okay. Any questions for staff? All right, let's hear from the applicant, Mr. Mustafa.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night. I will try to speak quickly and hopefully give enough information for all of you guys to be able to make an informed decision. Madam Chair and board members, thank you for your service to the community by the participation on this board. I myself have served as a member and then president of a community HOA for several years, many years ago. So thank you very much for what you're doing to the community. Also sounded like there were several vets on the call tonight. I myself am also a Marine and proudly run a small veteran-owned business where 65% of our team members are vets. My name again is Yusuf Mustafa, and I'm a partner of the property located at 3121, and I'm speaking on behalf of Cornerstone Investment Builders tonight. We are requesting the approval of the alternative proposed resolution to the reduction of the setbacks to the main building and the garage. In addition, and the accessory building. I'd like to give a little bit of background information on this property. It's been a long project and journey for us. Long story short, we hired a builder that took us to the cleaners and took our money and went bankrupt basically halfway through the project. However, we were able to hire new contractors and continue with the completion of the construction. All of our work has been conducted under county-approved plans and permits. We have passed all county inspections as they relate to all the trades, foundation, framing, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and final inspection. With regard to our setback encroachment, we believe that our field variances that for us measured in mere inches and are within normal field construction variances. We've personally conducted neighborhood outreach. My partner and his son, who are on the call tonight, walked the neighborhood several times in order to get all the signatures. We have signed letters from 6 neighbors as submitted in the supplemental package. We believe that granting approval of our use permit will not have a negative impact to the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, but rather the opposite, and will create a safer environment. Prior to our construction of this project, this lot remained as a vacant lot, which many neighbors have told us was frequented by just people doing bad things in the lot, basically. So they're very happy to finally see this hopefully come to a closure and have it become occupied. The setbacks that we are in violation of have no encroachment on anyone else's property, obviously. And as I just stated, we've received the signed letters of support from adjacent neighbors and neighbors not adjacent to us, all with the exception of one neighbor that I'll talk about here in a second. That neighbor is located at, I think it's, as you're looking at our property to the left, I forget the address off the top of my head, but it's
2325?
Yes, 2325, thank you. It is it is tenant occupied, and there was a language barrier. We've knocked on the door several times. The tenant was uncomfortable signing. They gave us the name of the homeowner. The homeowner didn't respond. We were able to track down a family member using internet Google searches. The family member we tracked down told us that the homeowner is going through a family situation and would not be able to speak to us. So that is the one neighbor that we were not able to get signatures on. Also, one thing I'd like to note is that if you look at the neighborhood images shown in the application, the property directly behind us, that street is actually South Garfield Street, and it ends directly at the end of our property. according to the imagery. However, currently, as you can see from this picture, that street, Garfield Street, now ends and turns into 23rd Street South. So if you're looking at that property right behind us, 2319, it actually encroaches on the setback of that Garfield Street based on the plat that we are working off of. We also believe there's an accessory building 2 doors down from us. We're not sure about the use permit there, but it's been there a long time. That also appears to sit right on the property line. We ask you to use the authority granted upon you to approve our use permit tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time again.
Certainly. Ms. Freshman?
Yeah, the staff has recommended a partial denial. And can you explain what that would mean to you in terms of, since obviously the structure and the accessory building exist, what would be the net effect if in fact the staff's recommendation was approved?
Yes, thank you for that question. So if you look at this picture right here, yes. So that garage back there is off by 4 inches from the setback. So basically, what would be the net effect is either I have to tear down that garage and or figure out how to shave off 4 inches off of that garage.
Okay, and that's the only impact?
There's also a setback variance between the garage and the house itself right there. Yes, that space. And again, I think we're talking about either 6 or 4 inches. One is 6 inches, the other is 4 inches off. So either way, I would have to either shave off a few inches off the house and or the garage and or completely tear down the garage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Madam Chair?
Freshman. Ms. Melnick?
Okay, so I have a question for the applicant. So you were mentioning, the builder, took you to the cleaners and then, had financial issues. But what I was wondering is, what is the explanation for these violations? Like, was it an error in measuring, or was it not something not taken into account? Do you know how this happened? These violations?
I presume it was during the initial construction process, during the pouring of the foundation. So I don't know exactly how they occurred. We just became aware of them here just recently as we were trying to apply for a final occupancy permit. So it really caught us by surprise because we had gone through all the other inspections. We also thought maybe there was an error on the side of the surveyor and, contacted the surveyor again and paid for a second survey. But again, that second survey came back where it is in fact an encroachment on the setback. So, I guess to answer your question, unfortunately, I don't know exactly how it occurred other than at the point of foundation being poured by that initial contractor that we hired, or builder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
I had a question regarding access, Madam Chair, to the garage. Is it even feasible for a car to drive up the driveway and park in that garage?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, great, thank you. So, yes, ma'am, we're able to drive a car in there and get in the garage. I have a 2006 Honda Pilot that I'm easily able to get in there. I also have a Suburban that I was able to get into that driveway.
Okay. Ms. Arthurs?
Were you easily able to get it in there?
No, the Honda Pilot was easily. The Suburban was very, very tight.
Okay.
So I do want to clear up something, Mr. Mustafa. In your statement of justification and in your presentation, you said that you believe these are minor variances that normally occurred during the construction process and would normally not be an issue. Is there a reason? Do you feel like you're being handled differently than other people?
Oh, no, not here. What I meant by that is that they normally would not be an issue on a lot where the setbacks are, where it's not as tight or as small of a lot.
Okay.
So the construction variances do occur on new construction where, they might have an overhang of a roof that they measured and it's off by a few inches. What I was referring to there is that those variances would not have been a concern on the construction structure itself. They are an issue here, obviously, because they encroach on the setback.
Just want to make sure that you didn't think that this was out of the ordinary here.
No, not at all. And again, I mean, like I said, I respect the setbacks. We respect the setbacks. Had we known about this issue at the point of foundation or even during framing, we would have been able to a lot more easily make corrections and or changes. But at this point, as a couple of previous presenters tonight stated, we have to tear down a structure or figure out how to shave off
some
inches off the side of the house or garage here. So,
let me just continue. Mr. Rissi, would there not have been wall checks when the foundation was poured?
There would have been my understanding is there would have been a wall check at the time the foundation was poured, yes. But as he's pointing out, some of the infractions are minor and may not have been an issue when the foundation was poured. If the foundation was poured at 8 feet from the left side property line, which is where the wall was to be approved, there's nothing to stop that wall check plat from being approved. The issue is when you build a wall on top of it, it may be closer, or it's going to be closer than the foundation typically.
So that's why he was surprised that it shows up at the certificate of occupancy.
I can't speak for why he's surprised. But yes,
that's the first time that he showed
reason.
up. The first time it shows up is at certificate of occupancy?
I would say it's the first time that it's been denied by zoning.
Yeah, that seems like a long, to wait until the house is built to make objections to its location leaves us with very few options. Mr. Melnick, you wanted to speak?
Yes. So my question's to Mr. Rizzi. Let's see. So I see on the staff report, that in reference to what the staff is recommending denial of, it says staff was unable to find plats that showed other accessory buildings in the surrounding area or a side setback, as small as the applicants are requesting. And I know sometimes there's a lack of documentation, and so the staff, not having actual documentation or, just records with the county, then that's their conclusion, and then they recommend denial. But sometimes in the neighborhood, just by eyeballing garages or other evidence, except for, finding plats or documentation. But what I'd ask Mr. Rizzi is, was there anything in this case, aside from documentation or finding plats, that could militate toward finding that there are other accessory buildings that are this close, to the line or to the main building? Was there any other evidence that would support this except for just the lack, the recommendation of denial on the basis of lack of plats? Is there anything that the staff saw on the ground there?
Mr. Melnick, Al mentioned that there are a number of accessory buildings in the surrounding area that are close to property lines. The issue is that the allowable setback is 1 foot for most accessory buildings, given some restrictions on size, height, and such. And what they're asking for here is, as he mentioned, just a few inches beyond that. It's very hard for us, or really anyone, to kind of visualize the difference between what could be approved at 1 foot and what is too close at 0.4 feet. I mean, you can see the proximity to the adjacent accessory building in this photo. I think one of the plats provided by the applicant shows that that structure, I think it's like 1.3 feet from the side property line. But if you look down the middle of them, you can't tell, you know, which one's at 1.3 and which one's at 0.4. They just appear to be, you know, about 2 feet. So it's a hard position, but when sometimes we can't find the evidence, we have to give the recommendation against.
Ms. Clark, did you have your hand up earlier?
Yes, I guess this might be more of a question for Mr. Rizzi, because he just spoke in reference to the setbacks on the side of the garage. And I thought the issue was more with the distance from the main building to the garage.
Ms. Clark, there's both.
Okay, okay.
And staff, to be clear, is recommending denial for both of those items. It's the 7.2 foot separation between the main dwelling and the accessory building, as well as the 0.4 right side setback on the accessory building.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick, yes.
So I'm inclined to support approving the attached proposed resolution in full. You know, it's a very tough position because we're dealing with inches, and I think the builder, you know, it just sounds like they acted in good faith. There was a mistake, and you know, and to cause a garage, you know, part of it to have to be torn down, you know, or altered, you know, and looking at the tax map, and I know that's not the most accurate thing in the world probably, but it does look like, you know, there's some very close garages. Some accessory buildings are very close to the main building. And so I would think on the basis of that I'd support granting the resolution as advertised.
The alternate resolution, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I would support that as well. I'm troubled that there was no inspection or measurement that caught this before the very end. That does seem egregious. Ms. Freshman?
I would agree with Mr. Melnick, and actually, having listened to some of the comments, I think the greater punishment might be just trying to get in and out of the garage. Maybe it's just the hour.
It is the hour. I'm certain. Do we want to move to a motion? Mr. Rizzi doesn't get to vote.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. Okay, so in case V11634221UP1, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed, it would be the approval as advertised, the alternative proposed resolution with the conditions as stated, including, well, so I don't think we need the 3-year because it's as built.
Yeah.
So just the way it's written with the conditions as stated.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
I'm going to abstain.
All right. Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion to grant the use permit passes 4-0 to one, with one abstention by Ms. Clark. All right, you are, everything's been corrected.
Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Mr. Reese, I'm sorry we played phone tag so many times, but appreciate all your emails. Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Nikki.
All right, good evening. Ms. Rissy, will you call what I believe is the last item?
Last item is case number V-11635-21-UP-1. It is a use request by Anthony and Joanne Price. The owners submit a right side setback of 9 feet to the wall of the addition instead of 10 feet as required, and submit an aggregate side yard setback of 15.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a proposed one-story side and rear addition to an existing one-family dwelling located in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 5134 24th Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with condition.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff? All right. Is the applicant Anthony or Joanne Price with us?
Hi.
Good evening.
We're here. Hi. How are you guys?
We're
tired.
Tired. So we're gonna make that. My name is Tony. This is my wife Joanne. We'll make it short and sweet. We agree with the staff report and are happy to answer any questions you may have. We know it's been a long night.
So let's talk about neighborhood outreach.
Sure.
Were you not able to contact several of your neighbors?
So we have. We reached out to a number of neighbors. We got letters of support from both neighbors adjacent to us. One, I think, did not have an address. That might have been the one in question. It's, the Marcy Good and Steve Childs living at 5138 24th Street.
5138 24th Street.
Yeah,
okay.
And that is in the file, but I don't think she had the address. And then the neighbors on the other side did give full support, which is at the side of the yard in which we're asking for a setback or a variance, pardon me. And we've also reached out to other neighbors on the other side of the street, and they're all in support as well.
But you have nothing in writing from them, is that correct?
Yeah, we didn't ask them for it. We would have asked for more in writing had we known that it would have helped. We were told by our architect that because we're not asking for very much, it's just really important to get it on both sides of our home. And so we didn't ask for anything else in writing, but we did speak with other neighbors across the street as well.
Did you read the suggested outreach that we provided?
I believe so, yes.
That indicated which neighbors should be contacted?
Yes, and we did contact the ones around and behind. It's just, we just got the ones that were writing from the adjacent.
So
just per our architect's recommendation, that's the only reason for it.
So I think we have to go by what our ground rules are and not your architect's ground rules. Just
of course.
So we are missing some neighborhood outreach. Any questions for the applicants?
Yep.
I think we're mulling it over. So, you know, you're proposing a rear addition, correct?
Well, there's already an addition. We bought the house in 2019 and there was an addition on the backside that was done to the best of our knowledge back in 1988, 89. That rear addition comes to a point. It goes against what it's kind of an interesting architectural design, and so we're looking to make it more in conformity with the neighborhood and add some side space for our kitchen renovation.
So it would have been great to know what your rear neighbors think about your project.
Well, again, we did, and they agree. We just don't have it in writing, and we thought because we weren't going to the back, we're not encroaching on the back part of the yard, just the side. We thought at that point more relevant input from our neighbors.
Do you have the name? Can you give me the names of your backyard neighbors?
Cantwell's the one behind us. Mike Cantwell.
There's 2311 and 2401.
So 2311 is the Cantwells, and we don't know the neighbors in 2401.
They're in your backyard too, right?
They adjoin. They butt up to it. Correct.
Their corner touches our corner.
Mm-hmm.
While you guys are looking at the map too, we just wanted to add that our neighborhood is full of colonials. That's probably most of what is on our street and around our streets, down around our roundabout. And there are many, many renovations similar to the one that we're looking to build off the back or off the side or a little bit of both. So it's very much in keeping with the other houses in our neighborhood.
So did you Mr. Rizzi, did you send them a follow-up on neighborhood outreach?
I believe so, but I'll have to check my email. I don't remember at this hour.
Because what we do is when there's missing outreach, we do try to remind the applicants that there's outreach missing.
Okay, I apologize for there being outreach. We felt like we had done the due diligence, but I guess you had been working with somebody who was helping. He was so helpful. I don't know.
We were working with Mark Hamala, and I don't believe I received any email or notification about more outreach needed.
He was very helpful through the process and just kind of went back to us a couple of times and told us what we needed. But had we needed more in writing, we certainly would have.
We would have done it.
Gotten it. We haven't had any objections from any of the neighbors, but we didn't know we needed more in writing.
Well, we sure intended to follow up with you if we didn't.
Okay, I don't want to place any blame either. I just wanted to say we definitely would have gotten more in writing had we known. They just said especially get it in writing with the neighbors that it would affect, which are the ones on that on the other side of the driveway that's in this picture. They're in a home right next to ours in a new build, and they were downright enthusiastic for us and said, how excited they were, and they had gone through the process of getting variances too. And he said, "Oh, I no worries. We know just how to word it and who to send it to, and we're very excited for you guys and your project to start." So
Well, no, it's just part of this is to establish whether our procedures are working, because we did have written procedures on who should be notified, and I think there was a little box that you had to check to see if to acknowledge that you had received that. And then I think we meant to follow up. Mr. Rissy?
Madam Chair, just on your question, I sent off an email to the email address I have on record, which was teach on Monday evening. So it may just have been, late, and they may not have had opportunity to do much since
Did
then.
you not receive the email?
So I did get one from Monday evening, and let me hold on here. Pardon me. Let me pull it up because hold on. So yes, it says the heading is a question ahead of your BZA, and it says explain the outreach to neighbors 5138 5125. And so, but then
2401 North George Mason?
correct.
2311 North George Mason?
Correct. And then it said there's an email from neighbors, child's good, but it doesn't include their address. So we interpreted that to mean, it is one of those addresses, the child's in good home, because it didn't appear on file. So we interpreted that to mean not to reach out to the other neighbors, but
to attach an address to that.
Correct.
We
So
knew they had written something.
It was confusing to us, that's how we interpreted it.
Okay, I understand. Ms. Freshman? Mr.
Yeah,
Rissy, are you?
I was about to celebrate the fact that we had a long meeting with no deferrals, but it sounds to me like this was a snafu, communication snafu, and that's unfortunate. But if the other board members feel that it's necessary to have all of the input front and back and across the street in writing, then I'd recommend a 1-month deferral. Which is unfortunate, having had the applicants having had to endure the entire meeting.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So I'd ask Mr. Rizzi, can you confirm that all the statutory and local ordinance notices were given, and what that was?
To the best of my ability, I believe that all of the statutory requirements for notice were met and exceeded. That includes the 2 notifications in the newspaper. That includes advertisement on the website. That's actually not statutorily required. That includes the letters to surrounding neighbors and the placards in excess of what the zoning ordinance requires.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we have chewed the neighborhood outreach, and I think we understand what did and did not happen. So I'm open to a motion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So I understand, all about our, what is expected with notice. There was, it sounds like a communication issue, a late email, a misunderstanding. But I think here, I'd be inclined to, move forward and make a motion to approve of this. And I know we do have, requirements that are more fleshed out, than the bare, statutory requirements. We actually would like input, like petitions and so forth. But here, I'd be inclined to support this. So I'll make a motion to support it. So my motion is in V1163521 UP1. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions, including the 3-year provisions that we've discussed.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Melnick.
No.
I'm sorry. Motion made by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Freshman to approve the use permit with condition number 4 with the 3-year expiration. Is there any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs?
Aye.
Chair votes no. Motion passes with a vote of 4-1.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time tonight. I know it's been a long night.
I think we're getting grumpy.
Rightfully so.
All right.
Appreciate you seeing it all the way through.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
All right, Ms. Freshman?
I move approval of the minutes for February 10, 2021.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I'll call the roll. Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Arthurs abstains, correct?
Yeah.
And chair votes aye. Motion passes 4-0-1 with Ms. Arthurs abstaining. Any other business?
Aye.
Having completed our agenda, our meeting is adjourned.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.